Hello, one and all. Welcome back to session 10 of In a Land Not Their Own. We begin at the manor house of Azad. Chain has gone by. Not a great deal of incident, at least compared to the events which the town is still recovering from. But we find you in your atrium, face to face with a man you don't know quite well, but recognize that face all the same. Face that has perhaps occupied a greater amount of your thoughts or your idle musings than any other random peasant. But the time has elapsed for the curing, he hopes, of his wife. And true to the terms you have set before him, he has stayed away from the manor house, not interfered and given you space and time to consult with well, those mystics and other mediums as a go-between for the life and well-being of his dear loved one. It's been a chain. How is she? He says with a very pensive look on his face, as if he's trying his very best not to just rush past you, and he's clearly not slept well, if much at all, as you perhaps could understand if you put yourself in his shoes.
Would I know if she was gone or not?
She is quite alive.
Okay. So I have a very sort of sad, solemn demeanor to myself as I look down at this man. Hmm.
Has been a chain, as I said. That was, I believe, you said the time that you needed for the uh, mystics, the priests.
I am amazed. Surely in my own dealings, I had thought the odds were against us, and perhaps in some moments it was true. But your wife is well.
Thanks to the gods. Thanks to you for what you have done. Is is she well enough? Can I see her? Myself, her children. May the wives ask of her. That is all we can think of. Is all I can think of is her well-being. Is she?
Well, of course you may go see her now. Let me take you there at once.
And he like as if a whole chain's worth of anxiety and uh, that emotional burden is just lifted. You could see just with those words that your wife is well. You can see wateriness to this man's eyes, though he composes himself enough to not let any tears fall before you, but just immense relief and joy on behalf of or on his face can be
If you
seen.
would follow me, Mr. Maris.
Yes. As I said, I am more than happy to pay something of what little I do have. Crops or tools or goods, just if you need anything.
We have all
Just,
paid dearly from the horrendous attacks upon this community. I would not dare ask for you to pay me anything, though I do believe it is wisdom for me to share with you that perhaps upon your return, your wife and your family, and the continuation of your life in your wonderful home. I'm saying it as we're making our way.
right.
That you look up into the day, you see the sun, the glow, that light, and give prayer. Give thanks. For I do not know how they do it, the Magi of this land. They are their ability to converse with those spirits, those other things, quite amazing. I often find myself in awe just thinking about it. But I do believe your patronage to the House of Lex, though in the past may have helped you, it is the light that has helped you when you needed it most. Has it not?
Yes, I've always heard that the sun is just a bloated, dead thing, but it seems I was quite wrong. Quite wrong indeed. But these priests, these mystics, are they men like you who've come across the ocean with you? I've not heard of any in these lands who have such gifts, such
Well, I
powers.
mean this as no slight to you or your family, but I'm a man of considerable means. I say as I just gesture very like casually to the luxuries as we're moving through the hallways. And with such connections, my grasp on things are perhaps a bit larger, and I am just grateful to have the means to find these individuals.
He's they're just nodding and like, thank you, sort of repeating himself, just following you blindly as these maze corridors. Um,
And here we are, right through this door. And I go, and I gesture for him to open the door for himself.
and he takes like a deep breath as if like he isn't sure he should even believe the words, but he inhales and opens the door, and his wife is there, and you've seen to her, and some of the days in between. She's resting, but is quite fine, amazingly enough, given the sour state of her. But there she is. He sees her, and they see each other laying upon one of the many like makeshift beds that have been set up at least on the public area of your manor house, and he
Hmm.
like that what little bit of like sort of composure that sort of just drops, and he sort of rushes by you, maybe even like brushing your shoulder um, a bit as all tact and composure is gone, and he rushes up to the side of his wife, is on his knees at the bedside, holding uh, her hands in his, and he is just laughing and weeping and sort of at the same thing at the same time at the impossibility of this, as you both remember how close to the end she was, and they have their moment. It's a long time they just hold each other, and the being in each other's company, both happy and healthy and conscious. And after some long moments pass, he looks back up over to you, and you can see.
And I'm at the door, like I've sort of lingered there, at the door's threshold a bit, just watching, and now and then, like in a hushed, I'll just like a servant will come up to me, ask me something. No, 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 over there. Go. But other than that, I'll just be sort of watching for a few moments.
Mhm. And he looks back to you and gets a bit of control of himself, and just stands up, his wife's hand still sort of clasped in his. And he looks to you. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done for me and for my family. Every person I meet, I will tell them of what you have done for my family. You are a good man, sir. I would be broken if not for your help.
I just nod, very sort of authoritative, stoic, sort of. You're free to leave when you are ready. My servant here will see to it that if you need some refreshments, but I must be off elsewhere. I am glad to see you both are reunited again. And with that, I sort of turn, and I don't. It's the my entire in the first floor of my east sort of section of the manor. There's guest rooms. There's uh, privies. There's guest rooms, and that's where they are, and that's I just leave them there, and there's servants about, and I'm a busy man, so I leave them to
Sure.
what my words I know in my head as I sort of leave them and go through the hallway. Sort of wandering.
And as you leave them, we leave the scene. To a night sky, black, dark, cast over an empty shore, sand reflecting upon the moonlight above, the subtle lapping of water upon the shore. And you stand there, Nazvog, place that seems familiar, but you can't place it. Someone else is here as well. You don't see anyone, but you can sense it. Like you can tell when someone is just staring at you from across a room or from behind you. Presence, like only the gentlest of mental sensations. Walk upon that shore, calling out perhaps for whoever it is who might be here with you in this place at this time. Maybe they could answer, where is this place? It seems so familiar. And just like that, you see a face. Not just one face, but two faces. One living, one dead. That death grin of the skull mask. Tusks. Carved. Tiny trinkets and talismans hanging from them. That man, that face. That magi. And you feel as you see him. You feel as you felt when your mind, your soul was laid bare. Again, though neither of you move, you feel almost as if this is just a rush of physical movement as well as that of your mind. All those places, all those things you've seen, you've been, places you've been to, people you've met, all that frightening, painful past that you have endured and had to endure. But the positives too. And you can see he's with you. He sees all that you see. He experiences all that you have experienced as well. And you find yourself moving through, across the water, beneath the waves, to that grotto, that place of safety. Webs and pieces of shimmering silk. And you can see, you can feel the weight of that skull mask on your face as if you are him and he is you in this moment, in this place. You look up, you feel fear and terror that he might know, he might find out your secret, what you are, who it is you truly pay homage to. If he would see that, if he would know that. Can he know that? He must, but no, that can't be, that's impossible. As you look up just before you reach that den, that nest, that spirit who has become such a close mentor to you, you awaken. Boom. And it's daytime. And though the breeze is cool, you are sweating copiously as you jolt from this nightmare, a nightmare you have had in different forms and different facets in the days and nights that have passed since your encounter beneath the mound within the tunnels with Knight Kerala, the Orc Magi, the Valexian Harvestman, and the others. You awake, he's panting. You see there's almost an interesting, almost a comical counterpoint to that palpable terror of being jolted awake from a nightmare. You hear that gentle and ringing voice, laughter of your young daughter on the other side of the room here, caught some sleep. in the longhouse. You awaken to the din and sounds of work. Always is work to be done.
As I see the light filtering through the windows, oh, this is wrong. I have slept too much. There's too much to do. I must go. Yes, yes. Who will go to fetch the water? Who will go to fetch the food? Who will fetch the fish? Ewa, what has been done? You should have woken me. What is this? Why would you do this? Why did you let me sleep like this? There's too much to do.
And she, a moment passes, and Awa comes through from another room, and she sort of like, eyes widen slightly, and then sort of softens in a kind of sympathy. Nazvok, you should. What are you doing awake? You've only been asleep for only an hour. You need rest. You've been awake since early the previous day.
This is yes. This look at the light. I will sleep when I must. But there's too much to do. You know this.
You must sleep now. You've been awake for over a full day already, going on a day and a half.
There will be time for sleep, but it is not now. You must ensure I stay awake. Come, you know this. Who else will do these things?
She sort of approaches you, and you're lying down on like a makeshift bunk. Like you're not like covered up or anything. Like you went like more like you're sort of like you were on your side as if you were sort of sitting down and you sort of hazy recollection. You remember sitting down to just catch a breather, just a moment's respite, and you must have just fallen asleep right there. In a minute, you got off your feet, and she so like as you work to be done. She puts, not forcefully, puts her hand sort of on your shoulders and like.
Yeah. And I got like tons of bags under my eyes, and it's like I'm a little wobbly, just lack of sleep. And she puts her hands on me, and I just like immediately like fall back down because I obviously I'm far too tired to. Yes, yeah. But then I'll try to like get back up again. No, go on. There's too much to do.
I know. We'll take care of it. And she's referring to the three women who you shared some interesting secrets with.
I know you are good at your things, but there is more. There are some things that I must do.
And those things can wait. We're ever growing farther and farther away from what has happened. And with every passing moment, things get a little bit easier. And I wouldn't trade having to care for some... Already, most people are only mildly wounded or discomforted or put out. I will not trade that for you being on death's door because you will go a full chain without sleep. You would if I let you. I'm sure that you would. That wouldn't do. I can't help anybody if you are ready to collapse at just a moment's notice.
I will not collapse. You see, I am strong. This will not happen. I am fine. And I try to get up, and I was just still a little bit wobbly as I I just kind of woke up. So,
But she has like a small sort of kettle with her, like she sort of took it from the fire as she came in, and she grabs a glass, a wooden cup nearby, sort of pours it out and sprinkles some herbs and some leaves into it. Drink this. It's tea from this area. Just relax. Give yourself a moment to take things in. I know there's work to be done. We all do. We're all working as hard as we can, but we all, just like me and the people here and all of us, we all need to be taken care of from time to time. And that includes you. Like I said, you're not going to be able to do anything if you keep going on like this. Just relax. We can handle it for a few hours at least. I promise nothing will happen. We'll burn the place down, and I don't think any more of your countrymen are coming anytime soon to finish what they started. Just trust me.
Then, and she looks at it. She's, then I will not sleep here. Then I will go and I will find another place to sleep. Is this fine?
And she like almost in a kind of like matronly way, like don't you lie to me, girl, like that sort of look in her for a moment, but like okay. And she sort of nods and gets back to her feet, and she sort of holds out her hand and calls out to Sanem in a sort of a Fatoshan accent that's growing better with every time you both have some free time to exchange languages and talk about yourselves and grow closer. She's well, not taking to it the language with any degree of speed or natural skill, but small victories. And Sanem comes and now being able to walk, of course, though not with a great amount of dexterity, and she could swim, of course, far better than she can walk, but she turns around and gives a big grin of sort of blunted triangular teeth that are not as sharp as they will be, but already are you can tell as the jaws of a predator.
Yeah, so I like pick her up and hold her and I say, "No, I must go, Sana. You stay with the Kara. She will take care of you. She will keep an eye on you. Okay? You'll be good. You do not cause too much trouble. Keep an eye on these people here for me." And she's kind of like looks up at me and she's kind of like laughs a little bit and then I put her down and she wanders off. I promise I will try to sleep, but I do not worry, I will. For a short, a little bit. But I will be back soon.
Okay.
Do not let things fall apart.
I won't. Get some rest. I'll see you soon. And she sort of like just puts a hand on sort of your shoulder and has that smile upon her face of understanding. Also, a mild amount of concern at what you're overworking yourself, but you're gonna get some rest. So the hand trails off and goes back to her her duties, her business.
Yeah, and I'm watching to make sure she does because she starts like chatting with people or like slacking off, then I'm immediately concerned that this is not going to go well. But, but I see everybody like going about their business and everything, so
Yeah.
though I'm still a little wobbly.
Yeah.
Uh,
And I mean, there is
prepared
plenty
people.
of like chatter and stuff like
Yeah.
that, but it doesn't seem like anyone is like
Right? Yeah, yeah. It's not
slacking
like
off, as it were.
right, yeah.
It feels very much like a um I mean it's it isn't a place with a whole lot of like social constraints, I guess. Most people here are very stressed and are either wounded or still don't have homes or missing family, but it's people in recovering from a crisis, recovering together, and that entails a lot of socialization, but also everyone pulling their weight to help each other out, if that makes sense. But yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I get up and I head out and I'm going to go down to the grotto of which I dreamt.
Okay. And as you pass, or you just walk upon the grass and the, the dirt path, passing that wood, that stone sort of half wall thing, that marks the sort of the entrance to the area by the longhouse, which is sort of increasingly changing in appearance from its former owner and occupant. It feels, or it looks, I shouldn't. It definitely feels, but looks very much a lot more lived in, shall we say? There are sort of basins out, around outside. There's clotheslines. There's furs and linens and things that are hung from like on the walls, like to dry. Just a small community going on in and around this place. But as you you cross paths with this family of humans, and you recognize one of them, a young woman. You don't know her very well, but you everyone's so they're crowding around this one woman. They're so glad to see her, so happy, and you can pick up some of the conversation, and you have heard, and your ears are sort of close to at least some of the downtrodden people in this area. And you know that's the Maris family, or one of the Maris families. There's a few. Their first wife of the family was on death's door, but it was sort of being seen too at the manor house. But there, you can certainly hear and gather from the there she is. That's
Yeah, so yeah, I look over there, like, I'm not really completely making connections because I'm so like sleep deprived,
right.
but I'm just like, yeah, congratulations. I'm glad to see that you are well.
They all like beaming, smile, like, yes, like, thank you, like, look at they some of them at least know what you've done, like, by the grace of the gods and the gifts of the generosity of Azad, my wife, smiles at her, like, again, like proud and sort of amazed to be in her presence again, and walking around, is still with us, and we'll see our children again, and our family once again.
I have not heard that word used to describe Azad often. It is good to hear he has turned over a new leaf, as they say.
I have only had wondrous dealings with Azad, and he's always been only most generous and kind to me. But yes, he's a remarkable man.
That he is. I'm glad to hear he has been of help to you. Enjoy your stuff.
They nodded. They continued going on their way.
Yeah. And I will continue on my way. I'm not gonna like follow them around or anything
Right,
like that.
right. We go back to your underwater haven to try to acquire some amount of slumber. And as you
So what I'm gonna do while I'm in there is like I'm actually going to take my net off of my waist and just like kind of hook it up between a few outcroppings so I can use it as kind of like a makeshift hammock, and I'm gonna try to sleep in that.
Okay.
I mean, it's not super comfortable, but I'm used to not sleeping in comfortable things, so that's okay.
Mhm.
But you know, at least this way, you know, I'll be a little bit more secure rather than just sleeping on the rocks or like little sandbanks.
Okay. As you weave yourself up in this net and drift off to sleep, we change our scene once again to the new home of Rajuloth. Find you in your father's home, now yours once again. You have, taken much of your things and put it in, and arranged it, in this space. There's still not much there apart from what you already had. Yes.
Actually, no. The house. He's not gonna move to his father's house. He has a bigger house. He has basically a wider house, an hour close. He's like closer to Assad and closer to where he expects more of the action to be. And I did send you some notes. He's very interested on buying an Optilang because he loses too much time walking.
Where'd you get the house?
Oh, come on, man. We talk about that.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Basically on the time that I was working with Assad, I had a crew. The Assad told me you can use these people to.
Okay. All right. I mean, you can have an Optilang too, like if you're.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'd like it to be a female Optilang with enough age to be able to carry me, but at the same time young enough so that she may I may breed her and make more profit out of it. So yeah. Okay, awesome. Then I already have the Optilang. Then if you wish, I could very well be on my father's house, as I am kind of I would be, because I am thinking on buying it, but at the same time it is on selling it, but at the same time it is something that kind of nostalgic for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But it is still like very far away from where I'm at, and I need to keep things moving.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm on my father's house. I see there's practically nothing. It's like just the house, because of course everything was given everything was given to that satyr.
Yeah.
And I'm just like passing my hand through the walls, through the rock, feeling it for what probably will not be the last time, but probably the last time that I will be able to feel it so consciously. I close my eyes. I feel like I remember when I was. Others would say, "Ferrum, what do you mean when you were small?" But I feel like I remember when I was smaller now, when I was a kid, when I could only like pass my hands to a certain part of the wall and then another part of the wall, like how I somehow grew and felt connected, and just at a different part of the wall, how I measured my growth on the bricks, and how I did not lose the bricks that I was tall before. I just gained new ones. And I remember my father always says, he always said, I remember, he said, that's how memory works. It's firm. You're supposed to add on with every cycle you add on, with every chain, with every cycle, with every 5 cycles, with every 100 cycles you add on to your memory, to your knowledge. I remember he said that since I was very small. I feel like memories, like stories. I remember when close, like that Tufule and the Tufole came here, and had some drinks. Not like like I had with my father, and how much he had, but like smaller celebrations, just on Bacchus Day it was considered like ill omen not to have some ale. You definitely had to have some ale, and on some cycles that was on our house, on some cycles it wasn't the fullest, on some cycles it wasn't the fullest, that they lived there, and now their houses are also empty, because they've also moved. Um, and I remember those scenes. I remember the things that they told me of so much different things, of history, of masonry. I remember running with the other pharaohs, and then a thought comes to my mind, sad and at the same time strange thought. Who is gonna wed me now? No, arrangements are supposed to be made between the fathers. No, I don't have a father. My fingers leave the brick I was at the moment, just like leave it gently, slowly. As I think of this, guys, coming back to the present time, I make my hand a fist, and then again a palm. My elders must be thinking about this. I start like walking, like if I just realize something, I was about to run, and then again I look at the house, because I gotta find people to buy it. At the same time, I'm thinking finding the right person could be an investment, because you won't find a house like this anywhere on Burgakasha, besides my own, besides those made by firm. So many thoughts at the same time, and I try to take them away. I go back to the Optilang. I named Arathur. I go to Arathur. I put the like I'm still trying to learn how to ride. I'm still trying to learn how to ride. I'm very dexterous, so I've had a good start, but still, like, from time to time, it's like, oh, like, it's like, oh, I'm just standing still. What the fuck am I having troubles? But and I'm gonna go off to find. There are 2 things I have in my mind I have to do right now. First of all, I need to find people to start the project of the walls.
Yeah.
And second, I also want to talk to my elders, because I want to start at the same time. Basically, the thing is, most people that I worked with that know already of masonry are at the house with the stupid siren that doesn't hear sound reason, doesn't hear experience. She doesn't know what she's doing. Obviously, I've heard the rumors. She's just tired all the time. She doesn't properly manage the place as she should. They're basically there because they have the will, but they don't have the knowledge. They're just making it up as they go along. Not even gonna waste advice on that thing. I go in my Optilang thinking, how, like, what I've talked some with my elders. Maybe you may tell me if I must talk to them first or
Yeah, sure.
to
Yeah,
the
you
other
can go
business first. But basically, my idea is I need to find. I want to spread the rumor actually that I'm looking for people to teach them masonry to start and it would be at first it would be basically they would it would be basically they would pay me food for my octolang and besides that it would be like I'm basically gonna be looking who has like a good starting skill so that I
Right.
can teach. So at first it would be like free, like who is available, who is interested in knowing this, and I'm like going to spread the rumors and basically that to mostly of fishermen because they are the ones closest to the coast. Like fishermen would be the ones I would expect to be more interested on having some defenses on their houses. So yeah.
Yeah. You're thinking all this is going through your mind of part melancholy at sort of leaving your father's home and the realization it's you may have to sell the thing and you worked so hard to get it back and now you may have to switch hands again, but thinking to the future of your plans and what you want to do and the name you want to make for yourself as you ride as best you can. Thankfully, there's no urgency, and even you are able to sort of ride steer a wagon, um, down the rickety road towards the small sort of collection of small homes where your elders and your kinsmen dwell in to get some advice, some thought, or to just speak to them on these things and hear what wisdom they might share. You pass by the various sights and smells. There seems to be a change in the air of this place. Not really. It's hard to tell, positive or negative. It's just different. The recent events that have
Apologies.
occurred here. Yeah. What? You're muted. What's up?
Nick, could you repeat a bit, please? Sorry.
Yeah. So you're going to the your elders to talk with them and as you're you're riding forth, you note the sort of the change in the air. Things are a little bit different, a little bit off. With the after the events, the siren attack and what happened afterwards. It's just something you pick up having grown up in this place, but you head to the home of the Ferrum elders, and you you tie your optolang sort of to a post and dismount from your wagon. Make your way over there, but you see a number of the elders sort of there, all sort of talking together, but not talking amongst themselves. You see a number of there's sort of three hoary old Ferrum elder males, big long hair and their robes about them. Conversing with looks like 5 orcs, all sort of crowded together before their homes, and their homes, of course, are in the manner in which most Ferrum live in this place, and sort of reconstituted structures. that were older than their coming to this land. Ah, yes, there he is now. He is the one you wish to speak to. This thing you come to us for. I'm far too old to swing a hammer, to do what I did in my younger days. So, perhaps you'll find better luck with him. He has his father's knack, after all. He, you see one of those elders, you know, Laris. You know him well. Giving you a smile despite himself. He doesn't usually give you such things, but you're sort of walking towards this conversation as you hear that. He looks sort of turn to you, and as everyone like sort of, oh, there you are. You find this group of people all looking at you. So expectedly.
Okay, so these are mostly ogres, the ones that are not the elders, correct? Orcs, sorry.
Orcs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. More or less, how many?
5 orcs.
Okay. Are the 5 easy, like a mixture of genders, or
A mixture of what? Sorry.
of genders?
Yes.
Okay. So
2 females, 3 males.
okay. So I assume they were talking all Thraxa, correct?
No, they were. Well, the Farron were all speaking to Julian.
Okay.
And you didn't actually hear any of the orcs talk. Yeah, it was just sort of the Farron that's you sort of caught the tail end of the conversation, like. I can't do that. But there's Rachula. Why don't you talk to him?
Yeah, so they seem to be on them. In Thraxa, I mean, they were talking to Julian. That's what you're saying. The orcs understood them.
Yeah. It looks like
okay.
it.
Okay, cool. Sure. Okay, so I look towards the orcs and I say, "Hello, I'm here. Apparently, I'm being I've been waiting for. I must say, it's almost like a joke. I never go against what my elder says, but him telling he can't hold a hammer. Oh, I've seen him hold a hammer. Well, he just." He says he's just complimenting me with his words. Thank you very much. Tundra, thank you very much. Rajula says tomorrow.
One of the sort of orcs, sort of as you're sort of like walking, sort of you kind of all come together, turns to you and says in a into Julian to you. Which is perhaps a surprise. Looking down at you, there's this
Far down.
Yeah, far down. All the he kind of slouches forward, a little bit as he's not moving much. It's a little bit closer to eye level with you. You are a Rejuloth. Yes. I have heard of your name. We have need of skilled builders. We have edifices of stone that must be erected. We need constructed. Your father, I recall him. Yes, and he speak. Turns back to the other sort of orcs and just says, sort of confirms this in Thraxa to the others, as if maybe they don't speak the Julian. This is the father's name was this, right? Correct. That's That's this one, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Your father
Yeah, he
served
nods.
the
Yeah.
orcs very well in his skills, in his knowledge, in his time. When he was with them and under their ownership. And such skill. Why we come to you, sort of like looks to all the Pharaoh, yes, and really to you as well. Now, your people here, you say are they are too old to build, do as they once have done. You are young. You
Well,
you assist in this.
sorry, I heard you're young. Sorry, you were young.
Yes, you are young. Stronger, more agile than these. You hear us, and hear what we are constructing. You may build, or carve, or work masonry upon stones dredged from beneath the soil and the peat bogs. Slabs of granite must be laid, carved, put to pattern. Will you help with this?
Yes,
Will help with this. Yes.
it would be my honor, yes, as he was asked for, by the knight, of course. I must say, may I be so bold, my help is only thanks to, and I point towards Mundrak Ria and Tundrak Lia. They may be too tired to wield the tools. If they say so, I will not say against. But their knowledge, without their knowledge, I would not be able to swing the hammer. You know, I'd be swinging like a nimbus without aim or pattern. You know, but yeah, I'll put their great knowledge to good use as the knight expected and asked of me. But I'm gonna need hands for it, so I can help with my eyes. I will definitely build and I will lead by example, but hands will definitely, just with this too, and I show mine. This will make the better part of everything, but I need more hands. I need more hands.
We have many.
That is
You
good.
come
Yeah.
with us.
Sure. Let me mount again my trusty Arthur.
I say as I see my Optilang again, and I give like a knowing nod to my elders. I'm curious about something that I will talk to them later. It's more or less a matter of I expected them to help me supervising, but they seem to be like, oh, I want nothing to do with it. So I will ask them later. But for the time being, I go to Arathur and see to follow these orcs.
Yeah, they just start like walking at, well, maybe not a frustratingly slow pace for you, but it's at a walking pace, even though you have a wagon. But that's just as the skill you can drive that wagon anyway.
As a note, by the way, I don't. It's not like I'm actually riding the Optilang. I'm not like
No, I know
it's
that
not like
you're on the wagon.
Yes.
I got you. You follow them down away from that small farm community to a almost a sort of wooden. It almost looks like a sort of stylized gazebo, if you can imagine that. Far sort of bigger and kind of wider, and kind of like a pavilion almost. And there's other orcs here and some satyrs and a couple humans as well, but mostly orcs. Turn to view. And the other orcs sort of go like away, and the one who was speaking sort of to Julian Says to address you, and you can see there are pieces of artistry and writing here, all in Thraxa, of course. Books and scrolls and such things, and charcoal drawings as well of different things, of sort of like landscapes and stuff like that. My name is Jetemba. It is good you will use your skill, your hammer, your tools. Things must be built. You will look upon these plans, see what we wish to construct, what must be dredged up, and like Tehulian is not his first language, it's clear, but he gestures you over to some documents and some reams of paper which are scrawled in that sort of weird Thraxa. More often than not, though, there are sort of tablets of sort of clay or tree bark rather than, like parchment. Because of simple paints or even mud has been sort of used as ink upon various these naturalistic kind of materials. Can you read Thraxa by chance?
Not for now.
Okay. So this is all in English.
He's starting to expand new languages, but right now it's Tehulian. And to be completely honest, there was another language, but I didn't make that modifier on my page that I have right here. So I remember there was another. I think it was in there, but I don't know right now.
Yeah. So, you can read it, but it sort of he expounds on. Well.
I mean, if it's some kind of architectural, I could at least see the shapes. I could ask about it.
Like
as
that,
a note,
like a draft,
as a note, the one that's talking to me in Tehulian, I reply to him back in Thraxa.
Okay, well then he'll
as a note.
Thraxa, as that's easier.
Oh
for
yeah,
him.
good then.
For sure.
Good then.
Well,
I don't. I'm afraid I don't currently. I'm not good reading Thraxa. It's something I'm picking up slowly.
He sort of nods, and he essentially expounds to you a general understanding of what is being asked for, of structure of massive stones pulled, and he's sort of like he's just describing what it is, like not what it's for, and it seems strange to you, but essentially what he asks of you is there are stones buried or sank beneath the bogs and the sort of some of the sinkholes at certain locations in and around the town, and he wants those dredged up and sort of carved into certain shapes and designs, which is sort of all he can kind of describe without going into further detail. These orcs are going to build something. You're not sure what, because he hasn't really told you. Just erect a structure. And with that, as you are this task which you have agreed upon is sort of explained to you, although not in the detail you might like, or with the fine blueprint like draft documents that a good proper firm would do. We shift scenes to the dark, poorly lit. Not that that's a problem for you. Chamber beneath the longhouse, There are many accoutrements still left over from its previous occupant, but more and more there are foodstuffs and dried fish, linen for bandages, and pieces of wood for tent posts, or bits of canvas, or other materials that this growing place of hospitality and refuge are being used. But amidst it are those pieces, those strange things you've spent so much time thinking about, although a bit less given what you have recently learned. But I want you to start off with by giving me a do you have a cult, Tolix?
I do, and I'll roll
I
for
would
you.
like you to do that if you would not mind. Just real quickly to see if you want.
13.
Okay. So these pieces, these broken pieces of strangely shaped clay with these alcoves within them, these various metals and minerals within them. Pondered that and tried to find some sort of explanation, some form of understanding of what this is. It seems so many things here are all more than what they appear to be. They're all the more sure of that with the growing, well, the fact that it seems so much of your journey is being relived, it would seem. But you look upon these things, it occurs to you, it's not sure, but the way that larger clay tablet is shaped, the curvature of it, perhaps it's your recent changes in stature, in proportion. Not hugely significant, but even the shall we say unchanged parts of you are a bit different, larger, more mass in certain places. Think that clay tablet, what's left of it anyway, looks almost like some sort of garment, or perhaps thing to be draped upon your form. Though it's of clay, doesn't seem sensible, but just a thought that the curve of it seems to match that, very similar, that of your sort of barrel-chested form.
I do find this aspect of these pieces of clay interesting, and while not humorous, I am not capable of truly understanding that concept. Baffled would be more probable in this creature's mind, but I look upon them and maybe even pick them up and see where this part, if it was an armor, and you see where it would go. Oh, so it would fit like here beneath the shoulder. If you were say percentages of an armor, if it was a garment or an armor, how many percent of it do I have here?
Like maybe like 60% of a front chest piece, shall we say.
I ponder upon this, and I remember after that battle, after the dozens and dozens of burials I performed after the raid, I do remember as I flew that memory that came to me, that slight flash of my parents' parent, so to say, the one Ginnungagap was split from. And I remember these vague. It was adorned, something that is not common for Arons, that is. I do find it strange and intriguing. But I leave these bits here assuming that no one would dare take them, since both me and even Narfog to some extent has expressed interest in them, and I don't think anyone here would dare take from us. So I simply just move out, bend my wings a bit backwards so I can actually exit this basement and not break stuff. And I walk out.
Are you wearing the thing, or did you put it back?
I put it. I don't have as I understand it, I don't have enough to wear.
Yeah, you don't really have enough to like keep it like on you, but you sort of like, oh yeah, that kind of like fits, kind of.
But I put it back where I've previously stored it before I walk out. And I look upon the various people moving around in this area, so to say, those Narfog has recruited and has taken in and has aided. Let's see, how much people are we talking here?
Why don't you tell me, Nazbog?
So yeah, I mean, it's probably gonna be around 30 at least, depending on how you count children, if you count children as full people or not. But yeah, at least 30 people, depending on how many people are out, like foraging, out fishing. Those people who are out like trying to rebuild their homes or their own areas. But that's probably the amount of people that would be there right now, minus me, probably, unless this is a different time.
I just look around at them, and I do, not focus, but I look upon some of these children, these tiny creatures running around, not being particularly helpful or just loud in general. Just look at them. Some of them, I don't know what they're doing. But someone said playing, I don't understand it. Maybe some of them over there look like is that simulated fighting, sparring? I don't know. Someone is whacking another one with a stick.
You see that strange miniature form of Nazbog, a concept that perhaps doesn't make full sense to you. Blue-skinned child, amidst all of them.
I look around.
And the people here, not that it may not even register really to you, but there's obviously a great space is made for you as you move through, but a great amount of sort of awe and I guess positive outlook is upon you, at least from most people you have encountered after the events of the raid. But
and since the raid and the knowledge that came to me of my long past prey, my nemesis, so to say, having reappeared here. I have been flying around quite a bit, looking and searching for such a grievous taint, and I assume I have not found any so great contamination.
No. Which is perhaps all the more disconcerting.
Quite so, because now, when I come out here and I see these people, some of them may be stopping their routine, their work, or something to look upon me as I come out. I am quite eye-catching with, my wings and everything. And I just see these people, and the tiny ones as well, just utterly defenseless souls.
As you sort of scan this site of people with sort of no hope of if a wave of contamination does sort of come to these people, and surely it will. You feel it's almost imperceptible against your massive hide, but you feel like a almost like like a I don't even know what an analogy would be good, but a slight sort of like push or like sort of tapping upon your calf, your good leg, almost as if like the wind was brushing like a small twig like wrapping against your stone form.
I do look in that direction.
And you sort of look down with that sort of slow, cumbersome, or methodical way in which you do, and you see that tiny little blue child that I'm not even sure its name, but you've seen it with Nazarog many a time before, through actually you probably do. You've traveled with her for a full cycle, but you see this miniature siren looking up at you, these big eyes, almost like disproportionate at this point to like the rest of it. It's weird how similar and yet so different, especially given your point of view. This thing is to Nazvog. Is this thing really going to grow up into, and turn into a thing that looks, vaguely Nazvog shaped? Sort of like, he looks up at you and like sort of beams, looking, up at you, and again that sort of triangular, dull, shark teeth, the undeveloped mouth of a predator, and these feathers are growing ever longer with every sort of passing a chain and cycle. So it's like opens her mouth to say something, but it's like kind of like gibberish, like baby talk, kind of, but like, and she can just walk, but like she like puts her hands up, like sort of does that sort of like motion, with with her hands. I don't know if your alien brain can comprehend the anything, but
I do have quite a bit of insight. I have traveled with these fleshling creatures for quite some time, so I might be able to understand them. Shall I roll for it or something?
I'm gonna make you roll for it. Any normal mortal creature would understand probably what this child is trying to do, but you're a weirdo, so not good.
16 insight.
Okay. Yeah, so okay, like this small creature sort of like does this like several more times, and like they sort of like get it at that sort of glacial manner in which you tend to, but it's, a crude imitation of like sort of flapping your wings is with this tiny child is sort of like imitating you.
I stretch out my wings, they reaching their full wingspan. With them, I am like 12 feet tall, and the entire wingspan might be, from one side to the other side, somewhere at maybe 8 feet. Still, even if they were fully proportional to me, I should still not be able to fly with them. I am so ludicrously heavy, but for some reason it works. But I do stretch them out. These wings looking like a mixture of draconic and bat-like. Some slight silvery glimmers can be seen, like cracked veins, a mixture between the veins of, actual flesh and blood veins and the veins of minerals. And I see, how his response changes as I stretch them out.
As you you sort of unfurl them, and like the sheer size and weight of you, like the wind like kind of blows back somewhat, even though you're not really trying, and like that the small like feathers are like blown back on this child's head, and it's whether it's the ignorance of children or something else, this mosquito next to an elephant should be a fucking horrifying thing, as you could easily just destroy this tiny child. Just so it erupts in like a squealing like laughter as so the wind kind of like buffets sort of buffets her form, and continues to like imitate you, and like holds out her hands or her arms, and so it does as you do, and sort of kind of like runs around your legs, or your leg, I should say.
As she does that for like three, she circles me 3 times as I look around. Maybe even look up upon the other larger people here, the grown people, and see what they're doing. Look their reaction to this tiny siren running circles around me and laughing. Another fleshling thing I don't really get.
Right. A few look sort of disapprovingly. Others have like a whatever. Like it's I don't understand siren children either. I'm a human, or an ogre. And again, you for the first time in maybe like ever, you've sort of found a bunch of people who don't like outright fear you. Not that that's but it's something of note. There's a different way in which people are actually like reacting to you, and you seem to, with your your insight, it definitely gained some amount of respect for what you've done, even though you are something of an anomaly and an oddity, but respect nonetheless.
So she continues to circle me like another 2 times, as I keep pondering upon the way she behaves and the people around, and something comes to me, and one thought occurs to me as I hold down, not actually try to grasp her, but hold down my right claw to see if I think she wants me to do what I think she wants.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Um, she like grasps your claw, completely like afraid of your frightening countenance and your form, for for sure.
She grasps my right claw, and I raise it up and hold with my other claw her other arm. She keeps climbing up on me. A siren's very used to. I don't think they would get vertigo so much as because they swim a lot, and I know how they would view height in that kind of aspect. So she climbs up on me. I'm not resisting it. Yeah, I don't find her talons discomforting in the slightest as she keeps climbing up on me. And I look around before, while not flapping straight down with the wings, I kind of position them more broadly over the ground, so to say, and not full gust, but a shock wave, not very strong, but still noticeable. It's like it's being shot from the wings as I perform feats of anti-gravity and lift first, 5 feet, then 10 feet, then 15 feet, and now I'm 20 feet up in the air, not flapping with the wings, but holding them in positions that, in ways only comprehended by our Rons, manipulate wind current and gravity.
And far from being, again, what perhaps a normal, well, who can say what a normal infant would do in that situation, but is absolutely enthralled and like, this is the best thing ever. Is sort of shriek, and it is sort of shrieking, as this is a siren child. That piercing kind of, very loud and cutting, high-pitched laughter, and like the sort of the squeals of a child are like, almost like, I don't know. I envision it kind of like a violin sort of stroke in a way, as like you can make that kind of screeching, high-pitched noise as you bank and move through this this child, this small form is absolutely loving every sort of second of this. The wind is blowing back its feathers and like moving its head this way or that. Are you holding? I assume you're holding it. Yeah. What do you do when
as I'm holding my arms, not on her because I might crush her if I did, but around. So if she would trip in one direction, I'm holding her hair and holding an arm here that she can grab onto. But think that she's almost positioned herself around my neck. Maybe she's even holding my horns, like some form of. She might think she's steering me or something. As I, am now 20 feet above the ground, just looking down on people, and think, is this what she wanted? And I stay up there for 2 minutes before going down, and this time for obvious reasons don't do my usual almost crash landing style, because I don't care about the impact that much, but the thing on me might.
Right.
As I descended a bit forward when the sand on the ground, moves away, almost as if a helicopter was landing. As I come down and change the position of my wings, and for those last 2 feet, it's as I make deep imprints into the sand.
Mm-hmm.
And now lean forward so that Sanam can climb off.
And she slips off, and it gets back to her her feet, kind of wobbly. Like she is a young child, but also like, oh, like this is weird being back on solid ground. So like looks up, to you with those big eyes of just like absolute wonder and sort of enthrallment. Like it's a magical thing. It's a creature that you are. But she, as children do, like looks up. And then one of the other children, like playing a game or something, she runs back off to with another group of people in this conglomeration here. And you see her sort of recede away into the throng of people.
I look after her as she walks away, and there's a sensation inside of me that I immediately recognize and know what it is. But it's new. It comes not it would be different for other species to understand it, but I feel a moment I need to become larger. A need for sustenance. As I almost promptly look around, rocks over there, some sand over there, some soil over there. As I almost, for a moment, like a moment of 2 minutes, compulsively eat. I just go down and shovel great amounts of sand into my gullet, just pouring it down by 2 bucket loads, and then take some rocks and grinding them into me as I chew them and making loud cracking and grinding noises. And I keep doing that, just pouring these minerals down into me, even uprooting a tiny sapling tree, breaking it and just pressing it down into me before after like 3 whole minutes of complete gorging, I stop and look back at that tiny one. She's way, way, way over there doing something with some human. And I think I understand a bit more now what they are in relation to me. I nod. But then, again, purpose fills me, as it usually does after pondering and feeding. And I take to the skies again. I need to patrol. I need to keep watch.
Okay.
For everyone I see around me here, almost everyone is utterly defenseless for what I know is about to come. And I know when I see Narshog next time, I need to speak with her about grave dangers. And then I take flight and patrol the coasts.
Yes, an answer to that question. Okay, and with that, as you take off once again after this strange experience, our scene changes, and time moves ahead some number of days, a small handful. And Azad, you're again at your manor house, or perhaps elsewhere, wherever your normal business would take you. Thankfully, your wife has gotten over whatever overwork or perhaps some minor bug that afflicted her, and she is sort of back at her sort of peak performance, as it were. And is back to keeping the business going, keeping the household moving, wheeling and dealing, and talking to people, making sure the servants are going to where they need to be, managing the household, seeing to the people who, are still with you. Not many at this point. Most of the people have like left, but there are sort of a few people who were like really badly injured, who just either haven't or couldn't like leave to go to like a barber or to their families or back to their homes or what's left of their homes if they even have homes. But there's there's a lot less of like a madhouse, I guess, going on in the atrium. But yeah, it was I leave it to you to.
So I'm there. The claws are tapping nervously against the wooden frame of the interior of the wagon as I look out of the veiled window. And then it cuts, the big tiger foot, boom, wearing fine designer sandals, boom, on the first step off the wagon, and then, the sound of the optolang. Keep it there. I'll return soon enough, I say to my servants as I make my way in to the longhouse. Some of the other servants, of course, following behind me.
Yes,
I open the door, like the driver, keep the car out front, I there, and a couple other servants, like a line of like maybe 6 other guys, and they're all men, and they're all like broad-shouldered movers, right? And they got crates, they got stuff with them, and I go and I open the door. I see some of the people there, and some of them were, like ex-servants. And, I just say, "Oh, hello there. Good evening." And, like just very nonchalant, like a past homeowner is going in to see, or perhaps a past landlord. But I'm going over. I just go. I open the door for myself. Some of the other people see me bearing gifts. As I make my way inside, I start gesturing, like as if they're still my servants. I start going to a couple other servants, ex-servants, and I gesture. "Oh, where is it that you keep your coffers for food? Yeah, I brought some drink, fine dried meats, and breads. Yeah." And the big human men, they're okay, boss. They follow. And I go to what was that one woman, the one human woman that Nesvag has a liking to?
Aowa.
Awa. So I spot her out. Awa was it?
Oh, and like she like turns around, like this is the last person she expected to like run into, like over here, like oh. And like she like starts like to say like sir, or my lord, or then like
No.
Azad.
There's no need for that. I'm here to. I've brought some goods for your people. Just some spare goods from my own storage. You understand?
Thank you very much.
Making my rounds, helping those still reeling back from the damages of the event those many chains ago. Do you know where Nazvag is? I wish to speak with her.
Oh, yes, she is in the like in the drawing room, like in whatever like you called it. Like back then, just because like you don't like, and this place is a lot different than how you ran it. There's a huge number of people here, and there were a huge number of people before, but it's as I've described.
Yeah.
So yes, she and Sanem are in the blue room.
They
As I believe you called it
yes.
before. Thank you for your gift. We can certainly use it. There's a lot more of
Good.
us now.
Good. She's not busy, is she? That's Vogue.
Like, she gives like a look. Like how much insight do you have?
Considerable amount. I mean,
Why don't you make
4
me,
grades.
make me
You
a
want me to
roll?
roll?
Make me a roll. That's this could be interesting.
Um, 16.
Okay, so so she like gives like despite her, she gives like a like almost like a scoff and kind of like rolls her eyes, and for like an instant I was like, she talking back to me, like, but then you're like, no, it seems to be like again, like, is like, oh, is your best friend Susan, busy, is
Yeah.
is your wife Jane still doing, whatever. It's like some familiarity, like, of like, is she ever not busy, but like just the closeness, and I guess that you notice with that, like, that's a very sort
Yeah,
of
that registers, and she
I
told me where
believe
she
so.
she told me where she was, so I just I look around. You have done a considerable job changing this place. You do know many of the furniture was from Koth. Not want to remember where you came from.
I do. There are many people here who at the Tuhul's door, people who have no other homes. I thought it best to open our doors to them in that situation. We're
Let
still
this
using
be-
a good.
Let this be wisdom to you
Mm.
that I give for free, of course. Be wary when you open your doors, when you have nothing to share. For they will only take what is most needed. It is a poor business decision, but hopefully my fellows here will aid you in these days to come.
She
And I
like,
nod, and I just leave her.
yeah.
And I'm moving around, and I'm looking like, that was a fine table that I purposely left here. Jahid Wald made that, and he was like a big carpenter designer back in Kurth. Oh man, he knew how much that was worth. I had some nice like designer rugs and nice tapestries. Of course, I took all those, majority of them to my manors, but some of them I left. Oh God. But I make my way over as if I own the place. I'm looking at some of the ex-servants, like, just looking at them and nodding as they look like, oh yeah, God, And I just make my way over to the room where I knock on the door first before entering.
Okay, yeah, there's no answer. So I'm sure as you walk in, you see that so there's like a stack of Dokimbis over in the corner, and I'm just kind of like leaned up against the wall, just asleep, while Sanem is like sitting on the floor and she's playing with one of the Dukembis, like like looking at all the little shark teeth and stuff like that, and she's kind of like playing around with it as I'm just like just kind of snoring a little bit as over in the corner sleeping right next to the stack of weapons.
And I see the daughter, and I make my way over to her, and I emit like this deep sort of purring, deep purring sound that only a big cat, big tiger could make, like to get the little kid's attention. And then I sort of go down on one knee, and I like I to go eye level with her.
Yeah.
And I see what she's doing, and I sort of nod like as if we were colleagues, or like I'm playing with her, right? Like as if she was on my level, and I sort of nod at what she's doing, like, excellent work. I say in Fratasham to her, but I
And
need to speak to your mother. Would you wake her up, please?
And she it doesn't immediately do as you say. Sort of looks up and kind of smiles at you and kind of almost uncanny, not exactly, but kind of gives an impression of that kind of purr noise. And it's nowhere near like a cat, but it's sort of surprisingly, it's a lot closer than you would think like a non-Dawan could kind of make. But sirens apparently have very powerful vocal cords. But and she, that's why you sort of feel like.
Go on, wake your mother. And I stand back up.
Sana, this is not for you. This is for the others. You will get yours when you are of age. You know this. Don't play with this. Go. Oh, Azad, it is good to see you here. I am sorry that Sanam distracted you. What can I do for you?
Are you preparing for a war?
Well, we train. Yes, I was getting this out, and I must have lost track of time.
I have come here to speak with you. I will give you a few moments to wake yourself up.
I am fine. I'm fine. Do you wish to go to the basement or the rooms below?
Yes, please.
Okay. Then yes, we shall go.
I have brought some goods from our manor. Hopefully they will help you. I've heard from your companion, your friend, that you have taken in more that have lost their homes. That is commendable.
Oh, well, it is what must be done. I thank you for your gifts. It is it will go to a good cause. Thank you.
And I say that, as we leave the room, go downstairs.
Yeah. Akara, you lead the training for today. And I say as I head down there, not grabbing the Dukembis and just kind of like hoping that everybody actually does their job.
So she just nods got it.
Okay. So we make our way downstairs, all right, and it's dark, so we go down there and I start. I mean, if there's some candles or something, start lighting them up.
Yeah.
And if there is anyone else down here checking their stores or whatnot, I just as if I own the place. There's still a bit of that, right? So I'll look to them like, leave. For a few moments, to speak to your matron here. And they this boy or something that's down there. He leaves. And so boom, there's me on the other side of the table. The lights between us. It's romantic. It's mood lighting, casting all these shadows about me. And I look, and I speak in Niffin to you. How have your studies gone?
And I just kind of choke it out, speaking the words of cold is just like so completely foreign to me that it kind of like freezes in my vocal cords. So I say, it works. I find it difficult to say these things, but I can speak it.
Good. I have come
And
here to speak with you on behalf of the meeting of which occurred several chains ago. Do you remember what happened then? Down below, underground.
yes, this was a unfortunate situation. They should not have taken us down there. They should not have
Yes, I do agree.
done these things.
But I see that you're doing well for yourself. I see that I am doing well for myself as well. This land, these people have been wronged. And they are lucky to have us around to aid them in what ways they cannot. But what happened down there, the orc, I have heard through my sources that there are magi amongst this land that could reach into one's mind. That orc apparently being one. And now you invited this magi to do this to you during that meeting. Do you remember that?
Yes, it was. It was
Short-sighted.
a bit rash. Yes, but
Yes, it
some
was.
things must be done. I could not take the questions. They bothered me for hours. They bothered me for days, for chains.
Yes, I have learned this about you. You have a rather impatient temper about you. And you must learn to control this. You cannot fall to your own paranoia, your anxieties, your feelings. It makes you susceptible to weakness. A weakness of which perhaps it is unknown to you, but one that I can plainly see. The Magi can see this as well. Now, I bring this up for the sake of both our lives and for those people that depend on us. You cannot do such a thing. Invite a mind-reading Magi to scan you. How do you not know that they see what you are, what I am?
I do not fear them. This would be foolish. They say many things, but they do not have the strength. They don't have the faith in Elena. She will protect me.
Yes.
My mind is stronger than that. They hide and use their powers when they feel they can take a bit of strength away from us. But we know our strength. I do not fear them. We shall be fine. It is nothing to worry about.
But it is something to worry about. You should fear them. You should respect them. You should not look upon your enemy and think they are lower than yourself. To do that would only show your own weakness, which they will take advantage of. You see, it is not just you that is a threat to them. All those that rely upon you. If you were to fall, what would happen to them?
If
There
these
would
are
be
so,
beggars on the streets, having to sell their bodies for meat, foods. They would be
If these
susceptible to the weather. They would die. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I see what you say, but if these are so wise, these are so smart and perceptive, why would they say, "Oh, Nazbog, she must go. She is wrong. She does not. Harm community." Why would they say, "Assad, he built mighty things. He taken the people of this land, but he's wrong. He is bad for this place. They would not say this if they were so wise.
I do believe the latter part they do not say of me, but on your behalf, do not blame them for having a bit of animosity towards you. After all, your people did raid this locale. Of course they would put their ill thoughts upon you during that meeting, of course.
This started before this raid, this battle. Long time before. They constantly they look upon me with distrust. They question me. They say, Nazvok, you do not belong here. What did Nazvok do to them? Nothing. It is not my people. It is them.
Even so, I see that you are putting yourself up as a pillar to these people. Now, I have done studies, what studies I can, of these magi, trying to find how to deal with them. For we both know that they are only suffering. Whether it be their inability to defend themselves when it is needed, both physically or spiritually. The one magi, the orc, what did it feel like?
It was as if another thing could think my thoughts, could read my memories, could see that which I have seen. I see it and it sees it at once. It calls this memory up. It says, Nazvok, you will look at this. And so I look at this and this thing looks as well.
We mustn't do that again. It's quite clear. Your further dealings with them should be minimal, at best.
They have seen that I am no threat to them. They have seen that they have found the answers they sought. I do not think that I should be concerned about them. They know the story. They know my pain. They know that none of this is the fault of me or my people.
It is partially the culture of your people that is known to them, as well as your faith that will be persecuted if found. These people, if they fall to your faith, they will be subject to torture and death. For I have spoken of their laws, of what they do to those they deem to be criminals. Rest assured, I would not want that to happen to any of us.
Yes, I have tried to discover how they treat the accused, but the knights, they do not speak of this. They brush the question off. They do not want justice. So as long as they are pleasant, as long as they trust Nazvok, it should be fine.
Now, I'm sure you had not forgotten about the troll sighting along the coast.
Of course not.
What do you know of the trolls?
They are terrifying. They are beasts that would take away that which was given to us. This is all I know. I know stories of what they have done to Fatash, to Flex, but this is all I know.
They are beasts, monsters, and so much more. This is what the orcs view as sacred. If that is what they view as sacred, who knows the ends of their viciousness? If there is a hint, a trail, much like the people of Granite, they will follow it, track it down, and remove it. You are a target here in this land, as am I, and my family, and my people that depend on me. I cannot continue supporting you if you act so brashly towards known measure, towards known people that are only out for our doom. We are not in the land that is our own. We are their enemies, you see. Our faith brands us that. Though our faith, of course, we both see it as something much greater. I'm telling you this because it must be said, taking you away from your busy schedule.
You say your family? What is it? Is it not?
Yes,
You-
my wife, my family.
Yes, well, it is not common among us to say my family if you say my husband, my wife. It is strange. I'm sorry. I had hoped that you were blessed. I'm sorry. But yes, I see what you mean. I will do as I can to follow your suggestions. I do not wish to put you in harm's way, though I do not think you have too much to fear. I will do what I can to help you in this.
Thank you. The next time you feel brash or fidgety, paranoid, or anxious, think of your daughter. Think of what they would do to her.
They wish they could do something to my daughter. This is not something that they could do. Do not worry.
And perhaps as you say that, you hear laughter from upstairs. Your daughter specifically, laughing loudly, happily. And after she's done that for a little while, you hear loud, heavy steps in those stairs. As Toholix comes down into the basement. Yet another fruitless patrol. None of the taint is near. I wonder, what am I missing? What am I missing? How is she hiding still? And absorbed in those thoughts, it takes 1 or 2 seconds for me to notice that, oh, there are people down here. And I look up. It is not for I fold my wings backwards and look to the two of you talking. And you have made myself obviously known, and I have a problem being stealthy, as you both know.
But I
It
like,
is-
as the steps were coming down the stairs, I'd sort of gave you one more look, Nazvog, and it's sort of a look of concern, and then like a stoic sort of look of concern, and then I stand up as another person. I mean, we both know. I mean, not even an ogre can make that much noise. But I will not take you from your people, your schedule any further. I wish you the best, Nesvog. And then that's when I see, it Tolik that, you come down. It's kind of like an awkward moment. I'm like, oh. And I say, with a toothy smile, something like and I gesture towards you, to Harlex as I'm just make my way over towards you, and I sort of like I nod as if respecting some glorious warrior. And just like walk around like I'm leaving. Like, oh.
Before you leave or go to the stairs, I lift up one of my wings, slightly blocking the way and looking towards you, and then towards Narvog. And in Niffan, I speak to you. Perhaps a very good version of Niffan, being a very cold creature physically. It is perhaps easier for me to master such a tongue. We need conversation.
Yes, yes.
And I gesture for you to come forth, and so when I take one look around, seeing that it's only us three down here,
Would you
I
like to
look
sit?
to you.
As I make my way back over to the table.
To Horlicks, you must help me. Assad is he is afraid of the Magi. You must teach him. We should not fear them. I promise to abide by his concerns, but still, you must teach him.
Magi is not import currently. They are not what should be feared.
Yes, this is what I say.
Do the two of you know the ways of the soul? Its making, its passage, and rebirth. I look very seriously to the two of you.
Yeah, I just kind of like stare at you, like I have no idea what you're talking about.
I look at you, but I don't nod, or I just sort of just look like oh, it's talking, kind of like, and like I'm trying to. I have like a respectful visage about me.
The forge of Tool at the bottom of world, deep below. The soul is made on silver anvil. Then it is put into a flesh, and a life is lived. Upon death, the soul remains in ghost land, like this world, but shadow image, just beyond reach. And the tips of my right claw starts burning slightly white in that terrifying fashion that you have both seen me engulfed in previously, but it's not such a great ember at the moment, and I quickly extinguish it. On death it waits until it is collected by loyal spirits of Tuul, or loyal spirits of what you worship. It is then washed in one great river. Your memories are gone. Tuul hammers it again, and you are reborn anew. Several lives, one soul. This is constant for every living thing. What prowls here? The thing that maimed me and slayed my progenitor is tremendously dangerous because it souls, ending the cycle of life permanently, for that it catches the Nuknitsa that spreads the taint around us. She hunts for souls, and know that you too, pious though you are close to utterly defenseless to it. It lives in the shadow of life. Ghostland it prowls, but know that from there it may grasp you. And I hold forth my stony claws in front of you, smacking them together in a rocky punch. It may not even need be manifested, and it can touch you, slay you, and take your soul. That thing is what prowls here. That thing is what hunts around us. Few can slay them. I am blessed enough to be capable of touching it when it's not manifest. I doubt the two of you, or even the spirits you serve, can. I tell the two of you this so that you may defend yourselves, for there are ways of defense against it. It is fey, twisted and corrupted, but fey still. So it reviles the blood iron of old. But in its tainted form, it also loathes gold. Sunblood it cannot touch, and sunblood will burn it. Have it on you. Bury it beneath the steps of your doors, and it cannot enter. If you have a circle of stone, naturally made in the domain of Tuul, wear it, for it cannot touch you then. And one last protection. If it manifests, know that it is the most hideous and corrupt and profane thing you will ever see. It is the inverse of the nymph. As they draw the eye, the Nuknitsa, repulse it. But if you see it, look it in the eye and say, "Granite Mother," to it, with respect, for part of its curse, caused by Fey Goddess, is that it may not touch those that call it grandmother. Such is its curse, and know that it prowls around here, awaiting to harvest every soul that walks, and everyone here, except perhaps the most pious of person, strongest of Aran, or mightiest of Magus. Those may defend themselves properly. Others are susceptible to its contaminated desires. This is what I hunt, and this is what you should fear, for it is here.
How do we know of its signs? Does it leave tracks? How do you know it is here?
We aroused. And I point towards myself with my claws. Feel contamination when it is near. It is as breathing is to you. We feel sickness and taint. A sign that has been near is the scent of wet foliage on you as you awaken.
Thank you for telling us this, old child of Zost.
And I'm just like kind of like staring at you kind of vacantly. Like you said a ton of words that I don't know anything about. So I'm just kind of like, yeah, well, okay, gold. All right, I know what that is. Like, I don't know why you would want to bury it, but okay, gold. I don't, but circular rocks, grandmothers. All right. So if it eats a soul, why cannot Tahu make another soul? Why is this bad? As you know, I eat a fish, yet there are more fish in the sea.
There are only a limited amount of souls. I look very seriously towards you.
I do not understand, but you must know what you say. I will watch for this thing. I do not have the gold or the stones or the iron of blood. I do not know what this is, but I will watch for these things. I will tell you if it happens. I am very loud. You will hear me.
I nod at that, and as I am about to turn around and look towards the two of you again, its favorite prey are children. As then I turn around again and head for the exit.
And I sort of bow, sitting there, I sort of bow to you as you turn and leave, and I look to Nesvog. I don't bow or anything, I just look to you, and then I stand and I follow, leaving as well.
And I say to you before you leave, he is this is his story, right?
I just turn to you. Some stories are true, my friend.
But this one is this one. This is strange or run joke, yes?
Like you are a child of water and air. You know these things more than I do. The Arwan people are from the line of Tuhul. They know much more than there is for us to know. It is best to respect them whenever they speak, for they only give knowledge when they do.
Yeah, I kind of shrug my shoulders at that, like, I guess that's true. So, I will look for this thing. I will make sure it does not come here. We will keep our eyes peeled, so none of this contamination comes here, or at your manor, at your mighty palace.
I nod, and it's like half a nod of like okay, like I'm leaving sort of nod, but it's also like you damn right, it's my palace kind of like. And then I sort of turn, and I follow up at the loud steps of the Arwen up the stairs.
Yeah, and I will follow to go out and make sure that everyone is the training is going properly, and I don't have to yell at Akara for slacking off.
Okay. As that grim portent is revealed to some of you. The scene changes, and time once again moves forward. About almost a full cycle has passed since that meeting, since your agreement to this construction project, Radulov. We find you having, in between getting sort of yourself situated, you are far more entrenched and been able to acquire the things that you need and then the things that you want for this household, this small homestead. You now have the tools and all the calipers and tongs and anvil and forge has been able to be set up and it's in a very boisterous part of the neighborhood. There's a lot of you have neighbors, which is something you haven't had before. The Farum used to kind of keep to themselves, and there's these damn humans, and especially the satyrs. So talkative, so annoying. Bit of a culture shock, but it's it's all good. And at this point, you understand a bit more of how you're going to go and do this thing that you've sort of been asked / you agreed to do. And I leave it to you to decide what you've been doing in this time. Now you have a bit of time for yourself at long last, as it's required much of your energy, time, and effort to get yourself situated. You want to have sort of sold that house. You absolutely could have done so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I have a little question. You talk about a homestead. That's something related to what the orcs. What is that about?
That house you had. you got everything situated in this house. That's closer to everything.
But that was done like long ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well. I am this house. I'm relatively close to the old Farum, correct?
Say again. To the old.
I am relatively close to the. Yes, indeed, the shaped old Farum.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good. Well, in that cycle, I would definitely have learned Traxa because I have quite academics. The reason I didn't know much languages, other languages in written form, is because I plain simply didn't need it. And now that I have been in need to interact and work with so many these other species that need a common language in written form, I would definitely would have needed to learn, and indeed learned Thraxa, written form. I would be very, very interested. Like, one of my prime interests would be to know which are the best, the most skilled masons in the time that I worked with them. I'm gonna assume you're gonna give me by some chat or something the thing you have not said out loud, correct?
For what? For the
tell me I'm doing. I've been doing something for a cycle. I assume I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, there's
Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you know some masons. In fact, you've gotten to know them quite well over the course of working on Azad's manor house, because pretty much all of them worked on that project. Because it's not it's not often big manor houses getting built in this town, and when it is, you need all the people who know how to work with stone. So though it might pain you to admit that son of a bitch Seder architect, he's he may be an asshole, but he's he's good with a hammer and with a working
Yeah,
with the stone.
just to be sure. Yeah, just to be sure. Does it keep that I asked you before if there was anyone in the town that was better than me for the specific task of building? That remains to be the case, that I am the best in town, correct? On the knowledge.
As far as you know, yes.
Okay, as far as I know, yes. Yeah, of course, as far as I know.
You've thought like,
Sure, as far as I know.
how many people have sort of studied what you have
Okay,
studied.
good.
So,
Indeed.
Yeah.
Naturally. Okay, so the project we've been doing, will you see more what I've been doing for the cycle, like?
You've been going over it.
mean,
You haven't really started it. You've sort of.
Oh, okay.
What has to happen. Yeah, you haven't actually.
Oh, okay. So
started
I
yet.
have not started yet. So basically they told me
planning
like we will
stage.
start it.
So-
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
The planning. So if
That's
planning means directly interacting with me, because if that is so, then I definitely would know more
for
what
sure.
it is, or okay, then what it is.
You tell me what the you want the plan to be. Again, you're you're tasked right now with dredging.
Yes, that's my question. That's my question. What's the task? Because you told me that I had to take some stones out of some
right.
holes, and that there was some other thing that I didn't know about. Basically, that would be like a second stage, and right now it would only be to take the stones out of the sinkholes. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's what you're. Yeah, so
okay,
you're building. Going to be building
Okay.
sort of
Yeah,
a sort of strange orcish structure. With
Okay.
there are a number of sort of monolithic type stones, natural insofar as you've been able to discern and you've been told, that have either over the course of time or have been purposefully buried in certain locations around the vicinity here. There are 6 of them in total, and that stone and those stones. It's very important. You don't know why, but it doesn't seem to make sense. It's just stone, but that this structure be built from that stone. These stones, once they are to be dredged up, are going to be.
Do I know the specific time? Do I know the specific type of stone? I mean, not necessarily to tell me, but but to be specific, would Rajulov know? Is this a type of rock he has
because nobody
heard about?
Yeah, because nobody's
or heard about.
Yeah, none of the orcs talk about it that way. Like, oh, this is this is New Mexico.
Well,
red.
then
it's
okay.
but
So
once
in this cycle. Yes, exactly. So that would actually be one of my things I would have in mind then. Like, okay, getting to know who are the best masons.
Yeah.
Okay, and another thing, as you say, why is this rock so important? So I would kind of try to figure that out. What properties do I find, if any, that may make this rock special?
Yeah.
If I do find any property. In this cycle, so the cycle has been spent taking these 6 rocks out of the sinkhole. Has any of the 6 rolls been taken out, or the 6, or
make me a masonry roll.
if I understand you correctly.
Make me a mason roll. We'll see if you
yes. Sure. Flame Tender, please help me with the masonry roll. I shall give you my. Yes, I shall give you my modifier real soon.
Oh, look at that! That's an 8.
8.
That's 15 on the roll. Not bad.
15 on the
You
roll. Okay.
made,
So buildings help or does it not?
does what building? No, buildings won't help for this.
Okay. So you said so that would be plus 11. I
Okay.
had how many?
15. So that's 26.
Okay, that's 26. Yeah.
All right. Sure. Yeah, you've gotten 3 dredged out. It's a quite a damn. It's a hell of a thing getting stone out of a peat bog and not being mined like a good proper.
Yeah. So
But-
as to have the
Yeah.
idea correct, like it's like a huge, like each of these, it's like huge stones, and
Yeah.
you're taking them out like by rupturing them and putting them out, correct? I assume?
So if you imagine
Okay.
something like Stonehenge, right? But like maybe
Okay, so
like maybe
some
like
crafty way to actually take it all out. Okay, without damaging.
think of
Would that
it
be correct?
think of it this way. Think of something sort of like maybe a size and a half. So the size of those sort of like tall stones that are used in Stonehenge. Those have been like shaped, but these seem to be like shards of rock that have been taken either out of the ground or somehow. It's a weird formation, nothing you've seen before, but it's freestanding rock, like a long oblong stone, and it looks like granite. Because you're just really good at that stuff. So it's inside, it's underground, it's sunk into like a bog, right? So you had to get some ropes and some pack animals and some people and some hooks and some stuff to get it in there. Maybe excavate some of the peat, some of the drain it. I don't know how you did it, but you get
Okay.
get
Yeah, sure.
pulled it out of the ground, and you dragged it to where this structure is going to be built. So that's sort of what you. As to
Okay.
weird properties,
Okay. No.
yeah, go ahead.
As to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, as to
Sorry, can you repeat the last part? You're like cutting a lot. I'm sorry.
the properties of the stone,
Okay.
it seems very strong. But other than that, it seems to be. I mean, it looks to be granite, is what it looks to be, which is fair enough. Granite's strong, but why these? I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Or
Cool.
weirdness.
Okay. I wanted to know. Yeah. Sure. It's something I don't know. I'm gonna assume maybe it has some magical purpose. I'm not.
Do you have
I
a
don't
cult?
truly know.
Do you have any?
No, I
grades in
don't.
cult?
I definitely don't.
No.
Like I'm just.
Yeah.
I have no grades. Like Rajulev just assumes, okay, maybe it's some, he doesn't really know.
Yeah, it's some fucking
But
orc.
okay, so let me say of the other things because I wanted to know like the obligatory thing that was there. What was I doing? Okay, now I understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be kind of sure that whichever fucking ogre there's on the mainland helped pulling that shit out, like among whatever quantity of ogres and optilangs and whatever. He's gonna try to be, because he's gonna be a complete hypocrite and pretend to be friends with all the masons and humans and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And he's not necessarily gonna like all of them. He's actually genuinely gonna try to have a better relationship with the satyr, as he doesn't have a terrible image of all Fae as many Firm have, nor did his father have that. So he will try to have a better relationship, but as Rajul of this is, if at any moment his proficiency and his superiority of knowledge in masonry is doubted,
Yeah.
it's like, oh yeah,
And-
sure. Oh, we were friends. Oh, you're amazing.
Yeah, in fact,
yeah,
talking about Fae and, you got some ogres with you. Yeah, you
Mhm.
over the cycle, you build up a kind of a relationship with this guy. That son of a bitch, that ogre, who didn't let you in that house. He's he's working, for one of the people who will help lifting this stuff out of you've seen him before. He's a very strong and well, ogre male. And
Okay.
his
Do I name him or you do? I don't know.
say it again.
Does
Oh,
he
yeah,
have a name?
Yeah, his name is Garn.
Okay, Garn. Garn. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Something else that I'm trying to like tell you all of the things. It will be like a bit, Yeah. He is very like for the moment he realized when he was thinking on the bricks and he was thinking how like the most he's always thinking like the most important rocks are like the foundations and the way he thinks in the past and how like
Yeah.
There's a Ferrum saying that says we Ferrum are like bricks and we're mounted on the shoulders of our ancestors.
and he's thinking, well, he needs to actually have a descendant, but and he's probably like, it's not a priority for him like right now, but he is in that age that he should be given a proper firm wife because he knows they're prone to stillbirths, and the younger you start, trying that
That's
thing,
Yeah.
and he's gonna be very interested on seeing how the fern community is small as it very well is. It's very small.
Okay.
Like how
That's
like
fine.
he's gonna try. He's gonna try to involve them if possible. The thing that I said before, he's curious about why his elders didn't want to, like he's gonna tell them, I will use your eyes. One of the elders, he's
That's
the one
fine.
that taught him masonry. Would he be interested on coming to the job?
There hasn't been
these
any
things?
progress really on that front. Just like with the time you've had to like dedicate to this and other things, you really
Okay.
there hasn't really been much. But feel free to role play that now.
Okay. Okay.
absolutely.
Sure. So I didn't have the time to talk to him right now, and I will do that now. Correct? Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
Then let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. I go with my Optilang Arathur towards the house of Tefule Tundrak Liet.
Yeah, you arrive there. Like, and then you see him, over the, smoking a pipe. Yeah, some sort of pure wood. Rajula, how go things? The job over there.
Hey, Thundrak.
Sorry, what did he say of job?
How go things?
Oh, everything's going smoothly.
That's right.
Yeah, as it can be said.
I mean, he's obviously talking to William.
I've had to bear some humans. I had to bear some humans. I had to bear some orcs. I've had to bear so much things. You know how you can't just tell them how much you hate them to their faces.
And I show my iron teeth.
With one of them sitting on the throne. There's not many of us here, but
oh, fuck.
damn it by the moons. They'll know. Show some respect.
Yep. Yep.
Now, what can I do for you?
We're building towards that.
Damn right.
It's funny. Yeah, we're gonna build it, generation with generation.
And I do like a thing in my eyes because I know he has like 2 daughters of appropriate age, but I don't say anything because usually, my father would say something. I cannot do it. It's not tradition to do.
Yes,
So
yes,
and I say,
my generation. Yes, that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
The younger you start, the better. That's what my father told me. Yeah.
Your father was a good man. It's a shame things hit him so hard toward the end. But even He sort of looks wistfully kind of like this. And at the best of times, misfortune unexpectedly struck. You know, the storm was about to ride right over you. But never mind. That's seems to be on lock from his past a few hundred cycles, but I've lived long enough to see that things change. It'll come round again. Our time. Our time will. Anyway.
Actually, Rajul, he's gonna say like, and we're gonna just flash forward that, but I'm just gonna open it with, oh yeah, people don't know or they forget that we've been on power, we've been on top for much longer than we've been down, much longer. Cycles up, and then they burst out in a conversation of history, and eventually the topic comes back to what he actually came for. And he says, oh well, sorry. Always listening to stories. I forget the present. I came here because as I was saying, I had to bear several species, and there's some knowledge people that's good. No one knows as much as you. I say as I point at him. No one knows as much as you taught me, and that's why I come here.
That's right.
Yep, that's right. That's why I come here. I would really have extra eyes that I can trust.
Right. Yes, you can trust me.
Yep, and yeah, exactly. I can't. No one can I trust like I can trust you. The other firm that my father entrusted, my teachings. Trusting you is like trusting my father's decision.
That's right. Spit it out, boy. I don't. I'm old, but the older you get, the less time you have.
Yeah, that's true. Basically, I would like you to, if you would be interested to be employed there, because, there's very little work of masonry, very few people that would appreciate your skills and your knowledge. Whether you can carry a hammer, that's something you know. There's something you're gonna be able to say, but whether or not you can carry a hammer, I know you have the best eyes. I know you have the keenest mind for what's of stone. We can certainly use that mind and those eyes, and I would love to have you there, your opinions and your thoughts and your all that you know, all that you remember there. I've been very happy to do as I can this cycle, but to have you there, to have my back, and of course, people to know. People to see, the two firm are the ones that know the most there, huh? They're the ones that know the most. Don't you want people to see that, huh?
Give me a diplomacy check. Try to convince this old
flame
bastard
tender, may you.
to get off his ass
Sure.
and start do a job.
Sure.
Oh, that's right.
Almighty flame
Right.
tender, may you please help me.
That's
That's gonna be a.
Yep.
God
5.
damn it, just a 5. Damn it, that's a low. It's gonna be a total of 5 then. Out of 10, I mean. 5 plus 5, just a 10.
Your words are true. I do know many things. There was a time back in Vale, even when I first came here with your father, and the others. Nothing but clothes on our backs. Sometimes not even that. Those were the days. I still know anything, but I find the presence of satyrs, the humans, working with them. To who forbid working under them. Bit of a distaste. It's a bad taste. It's a long way to walk.
You're cutting a lot.
It's a long way to walk. It's a long way to walk.
Fuck. I'm gonna wait a bit because I cannot hear you. I am frozen in my frame.
He said no. He said
Fuck.
he said no.
Okay, it's coming
Soon. Damn it, you're still frozen. Okay, now I can hear you.
Yeah, he
Sorry,
said,
the last, I think, cutting. I think he
Yeah.
said like he found the presence of Satyr unbearable or something.
Yeah, it's,
to
a,
the
it's,
to the
a long,
point.
it's a long way to walk, and he's a curmudgeon.
Shit.
But I appreciate the
Oh,
offer.
damn it.
It's
You're,
good you
you're freezing a lot. He?
I appreciate the gesture, my boy. I appreciate the gesture, but my time in the sun is past, and I'm an old man. And when you get as old as I do, it's hard to change. It's hard to move, like a gnarled old tree. You get deeper rooted into the soil. Harder to move, harder to bend. You've grown up in this place. This is your home. This isn't my home. You know how better to work with these strange peoples. How to get them to do what you want them to do. How to convince them that your way is the right way of thinking. I'm more than happy to share with you what I know, but I think my presence there at the work site will need a distraction. But I'm always happy to share with you my thoughts and what I know and what I've learned over the many hundreds of cycles I've been around. Working the ways of stone, hammer, and chisel. You hear them now, these damnable humans. No respect. But
No respect.
that's right. But what can I is something troubling you about what's going on over there? Maybe I can help. You have to you always have to go with the grain, you understand. Most people don't know that stone has grain. It's like wood. Most people don't think that, but it's true.
He's gonna describe the properties of the rock that they found to him, and his puzzlement of, in as great detail as he can of the properties of rock.
Well, I don't understand these strange people's ways, but when I first came here, I've seen them do this with other things. Bury works of masonry or of pottery or other works of what they consider to be art. Bury it or sink it deep beneath the waves. There's a lake not far to the north of here. I heard tell of the orcs doing similar with other things, like that reflecting pool they keep buried once every 10 cycles. They dig it up, fill it with water, and do that hokum that they do, dance around it like savages.
These backward people, they think they can treat everything like wine, I think. They just take card and they put it down there and they think it's gonna get better with the age if they move it like they're crazy. Yeah, and I'm doing this work, but I'm doing this work. I'm trying to get the best masons. Even I'm getting more, getting to know more of some ogres. I can't avoid young as I am. I'm trying to look forward. How? Because they'll see. They'll see. I know they'll see, but I wonder when will they see? Will it be on my grandson's generation? Will it be on my grandson's generation? Will it be on maybe just my son's generation? But I think it's gonna take several generations. But I think I'm thinking how should we, in this little community that we have, we're the true firm. We're shaved. Right. The other firm lost their ways. We're shaved. We know of the Hull. This place there isn't even a proper temple of the Hull. We can't even bury our own the way we used to.
Have your
Hi.
Eye on anyone there, my boy.
I wonder, do you know of any other, maybe one of your sons, or maybe
Make sure like gives so he catches on to like what you're going for, and he like oh really, like you have anyone in mind, like that kind of like that kind of deal, like testing you.
Like thinking like, oh, you got any of my daughters in mind, or what?
Well, your court,
Okay.
Well, I wonder, there's a tradition I've never heard. It didn't never happen in my family. You know what tradition never, there's always the traditional way of doing things, and that something happened with me and my father that never happened in my family before, and I never heard stories of it. Maybe you hadn't. I'm not sure what's a proper way. I'm actually looking like kind of nervous, kind of shy, like I don't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah.
Like you're not supposed to choose these things.
No, he's letting you sweat it out, like seeing how you do.
God damn it. Yeah, and he's sweating. Like,
yeah, I don't know. The other day, and he's gonna talk. He's gonna start to talk about the wife of. Actually, he's gonna start to talk about, because he knows that Tufuli and Tufoli have a great competitiveness upon them, because they have very similar names all around, and people confuse them because most people aren't Ferrum. So like, one's called Tufula, the other's called Tufola, you're fucked. Both are the same guy. So, and they're very competitive against one another. So he's gonna go like,
what ritual are you talking about?
Tufoli has some daughters too, and some granddaughters even. I don't know. There's like he's trying to like put there the maybe you should tell me how to do this thing, or maybe I go over to him, and maybe he will tell me how to do it, basically. But he's not gonna say it directly.
He, as well as I, as you say, our community's small. We could die out within a generation. We're not careful. We don't have good, worthy people raising our children. Make sure our daughters are well taken care of. And even in this place, the edge of the world, we have a respectable name. Something to be proud of. Home. Legacy. Something they could raise their sons and daughters and say, look what your family's done.
Yeah. Here.
You think you could, you think you're up for that task then, my boy? And he sort of says again kind of challenging in a dad way, like.
And he's definitely sweating. He's like,
I gotta be. It's the task ahead of me, so I have to be up to the. I have to be up to the task.
I say, and I like mumble my words, and I look at my arms like, holy fuck, I have arms. What the fuck do I do with them? Like I'm super hyper conscious of my body language, and I'm like, fuck, But like,
I should be up to it. Someone has to do it, right? I mean, we all have to be up to it. All of us. No, not just me. It's just everyone.
Right.
but I have to take care of my part, of course.
That's right. You go and do that, my boy. You have something you can sell. Not like sell, like, here's 3 goats, like, he's giving you, like, alright, you know what to do, like, it's more of a kind of a bravado thing, like almost. Once you can like remember that you have arms and you can come and you can sort of, like, like this is what I got. Like, try again next time. But it's you know each other very very well. It's like you're not getting like, hey, like I'll fucking kill you. Come back. It's like,
basically he's saying like, God damn it, talk what you have to talk.
Exactly. Talk the talk. So, but with that uncomfortable dad conversation,
Well, there's this beautiful. You have this beautiful daughter, Tasia Belram. Now she's named after. She's named after the song. You know, so many Belram women named after the song, and he keeps on like nervously. Tasia Belram is the best grandmother, and she's the best grandmother. Because she was the best grandmother. She was the best granddaughter because so she's the best wife, and she's gonna be the. And then he starts like singing the fucking folk song.
Yeah.
And he has no brain to sing. And he's
That's
like,
right.
oh yeah, and then that's a good solid firm name, and she says some weaving skills and and she's a nice barrel body. I'm not talking weaving skills. She's very good with it.
Yes.
I'm sure if my father would be here, great man, my father, great man, no fear of that. I'm sure if he would be here, but can I marry?
I know how
Belram
worthy
Tastia?
my daughters are. I know how beautiful and wonderful they are. Now, why don't you keep on working at your dig site, your whatever it is, your stupid wood people have you going to shakes, he throws his pipe at that human house over there. And something more to tell me about you. Maybe we can have a conversation. And with that,
Yeah, dude. I'm a regular
Alright.
looker with here. I'm the son of a
Yeah.
I got through letters with her.
he's basically telling you, round one, you lost. Better luck next time.
Okay. Okay.
But you
No,
know,
thank,
you're welcome to try
talking to
again.
you. Good.
Yeah.
Sure. Like
Yeah.
as he goes out, he's like,
Hey, that was a great talk we had. A great talk we had. And bear around the Thastia and the grandmother. And he just nervously goes,
That's-
fucking, singing the song and he's thinking,
Why did I do it?
Yeah,
That's
he's
a song.
yes.
Men don't
Yeah.
sing that song.
I'm thinking that like in my head.
As you get
Fucking
back on the
sing the song
wagon,
and get
you
to
see
my
him
optiline and get the fuck away.
receding
from
into
here.
the distance, and he's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, then despite himself, he actually has to get up out his seat and go pick up his pipe that he threw at the human house.
Oh, I fucking burst out of my I go in my optiline, and I like you go to my pack. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
Here you got it. Horrible human.
He like makes a gesture, making sure there's no human to be seen, and he's talking to Julian anyways, and he gives the pipe while he's like humming the fucking song,
Okay.
and he's like, oh, like he nods, he's humming the song, and he stops humming the
And
song.
with that wonderful teenage romance, funny romance. We switch scenes to to Dolix. You just FYI, you have continued to not see any sense or sign whatsoever of any taint at all that you've been able to discern. You have continued to sort of stay around the longhouse, and it's there we find you again. That's some changes have happened. More people fighting, more people a little bit more organized, but still the cacophony of fleshlings. It's still so difficult to comprehend.
I do take being my moments of almost idle frustration at the fact that I'm not been able to find my prey, my nemesis, where she's hiding. I don't know, but in my moments of contemplation and frustration, I do look out upon these rabbling masses that Narshog has taken in. As they train their fighting, are they doing anything right? I am, myself a very accomplished warrior, And as I look upon them, I might not be a swordsman or the best dude with a mace, but I have lots in several other weapon skills. And do these people do anything correct?
Yeah, I mean, they're not, after this long, like, they're not great. And even if they were great, the way they're using these Dikembes is is probably a totally different way that it would even occur to you to use them. They seem to be, more and more fighting a lot like those raiders that you fought on the battlefield, which perhaps makes sense. They're using their weapons. Yeah, okay, but not that great. Let's be honest here. These are farmers, and one person, one siren who knows how to use a Dikembe, a little bit. It's slow going, but they're not a lost cause. It's just that's kind of how they're doing right now.
Maybe against other beings of flesh they could perhaps make a fight, but against the true opponent, I know that they are utterly
they're no
unprepared.
match for a Noctis. This is that's
I should take them all in one night, no problem. Just look around at them, and I get more of these hunger pangs in me as the cycle has gone further. Even as I look upon it, I'm sitting down, and maybe I've been here for 1 hour, 1.5 an hour in contemplation and observation, and absent-mindedly just been picking up sand and soil and stuffing it in my mouth. There's like a big pit to the right of me, and I don't even notice until at the one particular moment that my claw goes down to grab something, and I notice I'm not getting anything, and I look that way, and oh, I now see I have made a pit in the ground from my absent-minded eating. And I look upon myself, and I see that I've added some mass to me, not extra height or anything, but more mass is apparent upon me, at least to myself. I know what's coming. I've done it before, but it's not a pleasant experience at all, ever. When I look upon people, I assume the children are still running around and such.
Oh yeah.
And, do I see Narfog around?
Yes.
And what is she doing?
Well, right now I'm actually kind of looking over the area that we have designated for like some rudimentary farming. I mean, like the satyrs know a lot about farming. I don't know shit about it, but I am, like checking it over, seeing how what little progress we're making. I mean, it's not exactly ideal soil, but I mean, we have to have some sort of renewable crops going here if we're going to sustain this many people. So I'm like checking it over, making this like, examining the different plants and seeing like, whether they're, thriving, trying to figure out what these thriving plants would look like. Asking the satyrs, little things about like, what part of this do you eat? Well, it is in the ground. Why would you do this? How would you know to even eat this thing? You dig it up and then you eat.
So are you asking an orc or a human?
A satyr.
Oh, sorry, a satyr. Okay. These are potatoes, is what they are called. Well, I've never asked that question of myself before. It seems self-evident, doesn't it?
No.
And I was born
No,
on
it does not.
Well, Don't worry, you'll learn. Now, you don't hold it like that. You're like holding it upside down, like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know what this thing is. And he like now one interesting thing you can do is, and he like teaches you some things like you can cut like a potato into like pieces and like it can grow, from that.
Yeah, my
Best
eyes
to have-
get really wide at that. Like, whoa, like is this sorcery? Is this some kind of trick of the Magi? You take many things. You take one thing and you make it into many. This is very strange.
This is how things grow. Have you
All
not
things?
seen? Have you not seen a tree or a plant that's been struck by a strong wind or perhaps by a bolt of lightning? A branch may fall off, but new shoots, new branches, new leaves might then grow from where that stump was. Have you never
Is this
seen
not
that?
the same tree though? It is not one tree and you stick one part in the ground over here, one part in the ground over here, then
These
you have two
they have
trees, right?
seeds, as it were, all throughout them. I believe, I don't know where it came from. There's an old Valexian myth of, they say there was a long dead species created by the Harvest Lord back before the coming of cycles. This creature was more plant than flesh, had a dark and swarthy complexion to it, many eyes throughout its head so that it might see all around it. A strange creature. Its name has been, well, as far as I know, lost to the ages, but they died in some great battle, saving, protecting a great temple to Velex, deep within the fields in the southern continent, which had became a blighted wasteland. But were it not for the blessing, for the eyes of Velex turned upon him, and for the grace and sacrifice of his children, they gave themselves up, sacrificed themselves, that none of their kind might yet, or in the future, walk upon this world as we do now, but instead they separated themselves. They cut themselves into pieces, made themselves smaller, small like this piece of produce here, this gift of the earth, of the farm. And as their bodies fell, the blighted wasteland, it softened, turned good and brown, moist. And from the cracked sand that was once there, these plants grew and kept that temple and its congregation alive. And they surely would have died of starvation or other hardship were it not for that sacrifice. Or so it's told. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a good story.
Yeah, so like her eyes are like wide, like, whoa, this is really weird. Like, so you this is a man, yes? You eat a man.
Oh, I don't know. That's what they say back, but it tastes good.
Todd, like, do you know of this? Have you heard of this man that grows in the ground, and you dig it up, and you cut it into pieces and make more?
I look over towards you and the satyr. I don't know what language are they speaking in.
Probably Thrax, I would assume, just because like that's what everybody speaks around here. Either that or Pelganese.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it'll be Thrax. Yeah.
I don't know. I have quite a lot of theology and even some occult.
Why don't you roll it for me? The theology, not the occult.
Would cosmology or contaminated be applicable?
Okay. They were the first of the contaminant. No, that's fine. No, neither of those would apply.
Okay. 14.
No, you haven't heard that before. But you're not up on Lexian faith.
It's a new story, I haven't heard it before, but the idea of being cut into pieces and that new piece being given life is nothing new to me, far from it actually. I just look towards Narsvog. Perhaps some act and become more like that. And I look towards you. How did you heal your scars?
I did not understand you. What did you say? I sorry. I apologize.
I looked for Sanam, whom I assume is your offspring, and I assume over there. When that came from you, how did you heal your wound?
She hatched from egg.
And I have to think for a while, like, oh, egg.
Yes. You, like she's just like kind of like staring at you, like obviously, like what else? How else do normal people reproduce? Have you not seen this thing? This is how you must have hatched from egg at some point, yes?
I simply shake my head.
You must not remember. It is okay. I do not remember either.
I remember perfectly.
This is strange. How do you remember these?
I look towards you, and again, most of my species would not know how to put it into words, but because of my abnormally high insight for Arons, I think I try, not succeeding maybe, but try to think of how the other people's perspective of memories. For as I have learned in my hundreds of cycles, we Aron have a unique way of remembering things. But as I try to see, well, do you want me to roll to see if I can adequately explain memories of Arons to other peoples?
No, just roll with it. See what you can actually do.
You things of flesh have weak mind. Your memory is bad.
So yeah, I kind of like look at you quizzically at that, and like I probably look a little bit offended, like what the hell are you talking about? Like my memory's fucking awesome. but like yeah.
Those of Shoust from Mother Tombstone. When we break from each other, we remember their lives. And those who break from us remember our lives. I know what the one I split from has done, and the one it was split from had done, and the one it has split from had done, up until the first Aran.
You must know many things then. This is good. Assad says you are wise, and I know you are wise from my time spent with you, but this is much more than I could have thought. It is interesting to know. How do you keep it all in? How do you not forget things?
Some We forget, but can be retained through meditation, through focus and quiet and duty. We remember enough. When I was split from Genugak, I already knew the language of my people, Dolian, and I also know how to hunt, how to kill, how to fight, how to smith. This I knew the second I was split.
But these things, they are good to know, but they are not the important things, yes? It is, do you remember the important things? The the love that you have for a child, for another, your husband or wife? Do you remember the hatred of the Typhon who would come and kill you or do worse? Do you remember what the power of faith? Do you remember the love that you have for the people you protect? Do you know these things, or do you lose them?
I look towards you, the constant seriousness of my face. Everything. Duty and piety and what we fight is our first memory. The moment we are born, we are split and made in our previous person image. From that moment we know what we hunt, we know what we fight, and we know what we guard, as well as how to fight it. Such is known. Always. Never forgotten.
This is, I envy this. I do not think I could live this way. There is not enough of the talking, of the learning, of the love, of the connections. But I envy this knowledge, this feeling of purpose that you have, this knowing that this is what I must do. This is a good thing for you. I wish that sometimes that I could have this. There is much that is questioned in my heart.
Our mind is reflected in what we were made of. In far times before cycle counting, there was, the memory is dull and vague, but I can still see it sometimes. I was a tombstone in origin, guarding honored ancestor of other species before we were made. It was overcast thunderbird blocking out moons, and everything was quiet. Then grave robbers come to plunder what I guard. In fury and animated by Goddess will, by Mother Shaust, I arose to destroy the plunderers of tombs. And then I sat down again to guard the tomb of the first grave. From that one, all of us came. To my knowledge, the first one still guards that tomb.
But Why does Joust wish you to protect the tomb? Why does she wish you to protect the dead? Our dead, you know, they are returned to the sea. They are eaten by the fish, by the eels, by the crabs. We are returned to Leviathan's body. Why do you protect them?
Not the flesh that is dead. That is not of import, but the soul. There are only finite souls. There is a set number only known by Tuhul. It is the souls we guard. They must go on to make more life. For if the souls are taken or destroyed, there will be no more life. And that is what we guard. That is our duty, to make sure that souls continue to be made anew, and that life will move. That is why we hunt that which is sick and tainted, for they destroy souls.
This seems like a good duty. I thank you for doing this. Even though I do not see these things, you protect those who are vulnerable, those who are weak. This is what I try to do. Though we protect different things, it is good to know that in our own way we both do what we must to protect them. I thank you for doing this.
I nod towards you and I look around at the people again. The satyrs tilling fields and trying to make potatoes grow, to the people trying to learn how to fight, and a slight bit of that frustration that had momentarily left enters me again. I still have not found her. These people are all still in danger. I need to find Yaga. But I don't know how, and it frustrates me immensely. But that I keep quiet about as I continue to look around and absent-mindedly start to eat from a new pit I have made.
I know that we are not of stone like you. I know that you may think us weak and frail, but there is strength in the hearts of these people. Do not worry. We shall bring it out.
Indeed we shall. You're both right. There's strength in each of you. There's strength in these people. You both have guarded in your own way. You hear a sort of voice behind you. You turn around to meet the face of Lucas Milton. Still barefoot and dressed as much as he has been before. Again, without a weapon. He does have like a like a hoe that he has sort of with him, like he's sort of tilling the fields and like doing doing work, like because the whole area around the longhouse, there are farms nearby, and they're starting to like sort of expand on the farmlands and sort of like make your own farms surrounding this area, as I understand it. Yes. Then he looks to you. All children of Tuhul do what they must and fulfill their purpose in the way in which they've been created. Your people most of all, I think.
There have been others, as pious, as dutiful, but most of them have died and will no longer be seen.
A sad truth of this world. and not one exclusive to the Tallow or to Fae or to any species or classification, any continent, any religion, any people. That is why we do what we must do. And that is why community, looks to both of you, is such a crucial part of what life is, what we fight for, who we fight for. I know you understand that. It looks to you, Nazvog. Very commendable what you've done here. You speak of the strength of these people, and I wonder would they have guessed the strength that's in you. You have shown a great deal of courage, intelligence, fortitude, many other virtues. It's not every stranger who would come to these lands, our lands, take them under your wing, nurse them back to health, help people put out of home, bereft of family. This is one piece of great goodness in a otherwise sea of nighttime. But
I thank you for this, but I just do what must be done. If I am not here to do this, who else will? That it is a duty that I must take upon myself.
And he sort of sort of approaches you, and he has this you say there's a big smile, and he sort of takes you by the shoulder, not and shakes you, but sort of like that is exactly why you have such strength and such heart. That humility, the humble way in which you conducted yourself, where you tirelessly, I've seen it, serve these people, your family. Maybe not by birth or by species, but you've made it so. I hope that we, there's some other Valexians who are still around, have done our part to help as well. And seeing what I've seen here, spoken to others of my brethren, I would not see what you've planted here wither and die in the winter of mistrust, of further hardship.
I look towards the human, a bit surprised, knowing that it actually knows about winter. Whoa, it knows history.
And that is why I would like to offer the Church of Velex's patronage and protection of what you're doing here, in a more official sense.
I do not know what this means. We might be a bit unpolished, but we are. I think we do okay. Yes.
Yes, really. And polish is the last thing on your mind, as things do not concern us. But the community of Velex is strong in these parts, in the west and in the north. And It is the tenets of the Harvest Master to tend to every little sapling, every crop, see that it grows, it is nourished, that it in turn might nourish and help the others, a single community. We offer protection, we work on the fields of those who are in our under our domain. We would like to offer trade and assistance if you would be willing, and the people here interested. Many are devout followers of the Lex already. He's like trying to. He's never had to explain it like quite like this. Like it's like self-evident and amongst people who at least know who the Lex is, like, or who are farmhands, and like, oh yeah, I get what you're saying. You're an exotic sort. An offer of friendship, of family. We protect and help you, and you in turn protect and help us. Many of the homesteads and farms of the West are as we. What was the analogy you used after the unfortunate attack? You know, one man cannot hold out against many hardships, but a family, a unit, a community, together can. That is what I mean. I don't know if I'm making myself understood. I apologize if I'm not.
So as he's doing this, I'm gonna like try to play it off as like absentmindedly like rubbing one of the stones that's like attached to the net, and then I'll reach up and like rub my eyes and like just kind of like blink a few times, you know. And as I'm blinking, you know, briefly you get like a second of like my pupils looking like compound eyes, but then like, you know, blinks and it goes away again. And I just wanted to, you know, just cast Mystic Auras and like, you know, like see, because like this dude's talking about like religion and stuff. I just want to like,
Yeah.
like, I mean, I know he's like affiliated with the Church of Lex. I don't know if he's like a priest or anything, or a druid or whatever. But so I just want to check this dude out,
Sure.
see what's going on with his aura.
And indeed, he does have an aura about him. It's not really like you can see something about him, but more than you see, it's your other senses what sort of inform you of the presence of power, of mystic power coming from this man. You smell, and like it's coming from him, and it's like more vivid and more potent, even though you're amidst the ground and whatnot. But the scent of freshly tilled earth, of moist brown soil, you can hear almost as if the swaying of sheaves of wheat or the rustling of corn stalks in the gentle breeze. You can feel sort of gentle thrum sort of emanating from the soles of his feet, sort of outward through the soil here. These the smell of sort of sweet corn and crops of plant life you can sense coming from him. It's not, you know, astonishing, you know, overwhelming, but you definitely can sense with a greater realization the how attuned this man is with his god, which, Valex, you're not hugely aware of, but
Yeah,
he's called him the Harvest Master. And
yeah. I mean, I know he's like known to be the husband of Vitash, so like I know a little bit about Valex, but like not a ton. Um, so you know that I do not worship your god. This is not my god. Yes.
and he's sort of like, oh, that is of no matter. You are, well, no, he assumed, of course, Vitash is the husband, or is the wife. On again, off again, as the case may be. Capricious she is, but it is such capriciousness that sends the rains all over Kavega Thale. Yes. The
Then
goddess who made you is a friend and ally of mine.
this is good to hear. Yes, I would like to have our community be friends with you. I would like to talk with my the other leaders of this place, but I do not think that they will disagree. I think this would be a wise decision.
Good. I do as well. It's important, especially in places like this, where the people who have the right priorities stick together. I think you understand what I mean more than ever after what happened, and after that farce beneath the mound.
Yes, it is true. These ones. You live among them your whole life, these orcs?
Not in such proximity as here or elsewhere, but yes, I've grown up here. I was born on a farmstead. It doesn't even have a name, but my family's small piece of land, perhaps a day's journey by Optalang to the northwest. The edges of a small forest there. The small lake that can be found at the wooded edge. It is not much, but it is from humble beginnings that many of us come from and stay true to, as that's what keeps you grounded, not. And he sort of like looks around at like the weird orc structures, and then at the ostentatious manor house palace.
Are these orcs always like this? They only care for their own. They only wish to be seen as the saviors.
Not all of them. Some of them are more relatable, I suppose might be the right word, but not many of them. I wouldn't say all of them are aggrandizing or anything like that, but the ways of the orc are strange. They're not like we. We are creatures made by gods. The true wielders of power and potency. The true wardens, shepherds of this world. They're ancient, from an old time, long since past, when only primordial forces would at work upon the world. They're simple, but in a strange way complex, or maybe just too different, too alien. The world they live in is a world that no longer exists. And that is why there's such a disconnect. Why we find them so difficult to understand, and why they seem so staunch and steadfast in the only thing they do know, the only thing they can know. By and large, every individual is different. There's even a single orc who serves as a pious follower of Velex in his largest temple in these lands. It sits at the foot of the Harvest Master himself. The very avatar of my god. He knows. He has served as shepherd and steward of the lands under my lord's guardianship since time immemorial, or so they say.
So when he mentions like the Avatar, like my eyes get really wide because the only Avatar I've ever heard of is terrifying. So like I make a mental note to never go anywhere near that place because there's no way I'm going anywhere near like any avatars.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't seem worried at all by.
But I do not care how these things come to be. See, Horlicks, it is gravestone. It's given life by the power of Joust. This is strange, but this is fine. I am hatched from egg. This is different, but it is fine. I am sure the orcs hatched from different egg. We have things in common. They should know that we must work together. This is why it is so strange to me. Why they hide. They come out and they use the power that they have only when it benefits them, not when it benefits the rest.
The orcs already have strange and different minds, and I have found that when one of their number follows the ways of magic, of manipulation of forces through strange, complex means, I've heard some of them say it is the arts of time itself, of Nithraxu. But Nithraxu, while a part of this world, is an abstraction, something too complex, too different. It is not for mortal kind to know, or to manipulate, or even to understand. And when you set your mind to that strange way of viewing reality, of viewing the world, can't begin to fathom what it must be like, but it warps one, twists you, turns you into something you're not meant to be, something mortal kind was never meant to be. We were made in the image and in the idealized form our creators desired. No divinity that has created a species, to my knowledge, has wanted them to manipulate the world in such a way, or to even put their mind to such a strange perspective. Even you, my friend, he looks at you, Daholics, your people are far different from mine. Far different from you, Nazvog. But rooted in life you are. The cycle of life and death, of rebirth, of reincarnation, of a natural part of this world. Something linked to the experience we have in this world, in this place. No preternatural or bizarre or arcane understandings must we know. We're born with it. It is as natural to us as breathing. To become a magi, you have to try for it. You have to become that. You're never born it.
I have seen things that are not of this land, this earth, this water. I have seen things that few here, if any, have seen or will. Does this warp me? Does this make me wrong? Make me foul?
As she says that, I sense for contamination.
He's a warlock. No. You don't sense any contamination.
So I verbally respond after that. No, it is not.
And he takes a handful of that freshly tilled soil, like breathes it in, fills his nostrils, and he still looks at you, kind of like as you looked at him, and he like, oh, like, and takes a moment, a couple seconds, like, to take you in, to look around, to learn, to invoke, to be chosen, give faith to something greater than we mortals. That is different. That is as it should be. You seek to learn, to understand, to follow the ways of your divinity. Not to become one, not to become as the spirits. In faith, you were given gifts. Gifts for that faith. It is not stolen things, gained through hubris. You understand? It does not make you warped. That does not change you. It makes you wise. It makes you one of the few people who not only understand the order of this world, our place in this world, but with the courage and the conviction to follow it, to be more than our selfish desires, of our base existence, of sleeping, eating, procreating. More to life than that, more to this world than that. They say every grain of sand, every drop of rain, every mote, every ember from a burning fire, every piece is more than it appears. It's a spirit in its own right.
I nod at that. Yes, that's correct.
To understand this world, to seek to become a greater part of it, that's right. The path of the Magi is to usurp that. To take it and say that you are wise. You know better than the gods and the divinities. Put your mind at ease.
I hope that this is true. For the things I have seen, they are hard to understand. I only hope that someday their importance will be revealed. This is But you must know this. You do not wish to talk more about this Cybern and her own visions, her own understanding of the spirits. This is not what you wish. You must show me. You must tell me if these plants are good. If we plant well. I do not know these things. I just learned about the potato and how it is broken, and that is how it grows from many pieces. It is strange.
Do not sell yourself too short, Nasvog. I'm always most inclined to speak and share with you philosophy and theology, and such discussions are a welcome thing. But I will tell you of the plants. Come. It takes both of you. Like, assuming you don't just leave, but come, and he takes you into the fields and teaches you some basic information about farming, which is very interesting. And with that, the scene changes. Zod. It is about midway through the afternoon. The sun is about 3/4 of the way through the horizon. And here you are, upon the docks, upon the beaches, with your entourage. You were expecting one of the most largest shipments from Milka that you've made in this past cycle. More precious things, minerals, additional supplies of gold, of exotic foodstuffs, but mainly non-perishable things. And the ship is late. Hours late. Now, storms can happen, but your ship is crewed by people who should know how to stay far away from these things, and they often keep close enough to the shores that it's not usually a huge deal. Getting through the Isles of Reflection can be a bit tricky, but there's never been a holdup, quite like this before. And you need that shipment. And you wait and you wait. And you would hope to speak to the captain, Ogre, for some word from Karth, as you occasionally, no doubt, send correspondence. It's important, even though you're not there, to keep somewhat abreast of what's going on. It's always important to be informed, wherever you are. And finally, in what seems like a damn eternity, especially for you, any delay is a personal insult, but you see the ship on the horizon. It slowly approaches. Not, damaged or seems like it's been through a storm. The sail isn't in tatters or torn anywhere. The masts aren't broken. The oars aren't snapped. Finally, the ship arrives. But far higher in the water does it float. And as the porters and sailors unload things, and as the captain comes to you, with a mixture of shame and anger on his face, you can see it is not nearly the amount of supplies that were supposed to be here. The scene over to you.
So I'm smiling, and I'm very sort of the authority figure, just sort of looking at this pitiful human man. Well, we'll assume it's a human man. And I'm looking at him. I'm sort of nodding. And I sort of got up from, like, I had a little umbrella and someone was fanning my seat. I was sitting down waiting at the docks. But I got up and I'm at the docks and it smells and I don't really like it that much. But I look at this man and I raise his hand. And he's like, he's babbling and babbling and babbling some more of his anger. He has big cheeks and all. And I just raised my hand to okay, that's enough. I understand that you came here. You are late, and that the shipment is smaller than it ought to be, but you and I both know you've sailed the islands, the bay that comes in from the ocean. You know of the other ships here? Tell me. Are you familiar with them? The crews, that is.
Some of them grow more familiar with every trip.
Well, I see. Who was it that waylaid you?
It wasn't pirates, per se. It was taxation, they said.
Ah.
Though they spoke or behaved like the former. Off Carepik Isle, I was given a parchment for you, one of the ship captains. We were forced to dock upon the isle. Our cargo sorted through. Certain items were deemed unfit or... I'm not sure I understood the word. My Thuban is not very well.
You let them take it from your own coffers. Do you have any honor for your ship? Any pride for your crew?
It was not just one man, sir. With all due respect, every man here protested greatly. But the sight of dozen ogres and twice that many serpents, all armed, whether with fang or with blade, I thought it best to get here alive with some shipment, and not press the matter too heavily.
I understand. You have done well, and the Rava house will see to it that you are compensated for your troubles.
I'm fine, sir. Do not take anything of mine. I wish there's more of these ships every time we go back to Karth. There's more of these Typhon vessels. None of the other islands give us a problem. Some of them have shipments, and sometimes it can be difficult to make out friend or foe against the horizon, but no significant problems. There aren't even many pirates here. There's more pirates off the coast of Milica than anywhere near here. it's not usually a trouble getting free of them. Obviously, Karth's ships keep pirates and privateers away, a good proximity away from the city itself. It can be a bit dodgy once you get a bit further north, but once you make it past the main bulk of the continent, it's oftentimes not a huge problem. And it hasn't been, or until the past 2 cycles,
I see.
maybe cycle and a half.
So it was not the storm sharks this time.
No. No. It was forced taxation. as
I
it
see.
were.
Did they say they were in act of the king, these lands? Did they name the king?
No.
Did they give a name to a knight? Knight of Thorn, perhaps.
They had their mark, sigil, upon their sails. The man, I should not say man, the snake on the docks said he was a man of one of the knights. I did not get a name, but he knew yours. And offered this, and he hands out like a piece of like a scroll, like not massive, but like a missive, on behalf of his master.
I thank you for relaying this to me. Alright, I just take it.
And it's like it's not broken. It's like doesn't look like you use Reddit or.
I just hold it. Well, at least you had come and reached the port. I am sorry to see and hear that you have run into some troubles in these recent shipments.
And perhaps we should sail wider, deeper into Leviathan. Just keep away from the island's shores, at least for now. If this man knew you, sir, perhaps you can work something out.
I just nod to him. And then, like, there's a pause, and then I turn to him. Why don't you stay at dock for a few chains? I'm working on a project, and I will need. Once it is done, I will cut a portion of it to your crew. It will be compensation for your troubles and worries upon the seas, in this forced taxation of which is not warranted. Rest assured by the king of these lands. You will be armed with iron, blade, mace, crossbow, bolt, armor of leather. I'll see to it that my shipments are not so naked at sea. The next time this happens again, if they show force, you will show force. If they escalate, you will silence them.
Understood,
That is
sir.
the only thing I ask of you. It is not only I that rely on these shipments. It is the people of this town and this land.
I understand, sir.
But stay here, stay at dock. There are several new businesses that are opening up here. Your men may find perhaps a local tavern to drink and relax after a long day at sea.
Thank you. I
I
appreciate
nod
it.
to him. I turn, my tail sort of swirls as my little robe sort of billows behind me as I retreat from him. make my way over to like where I was sitting, where I was sitting, where the other servants are, and I just start pointing, like, follow me, like I point one hand, and I'm just beelining. And some of the servants are like, oh, they start uprooting the little umbrella, and they start, taking the stool and the pillows and all the other sort of finery accoutrements. The minstrel that was there, he's like, he starts putting away his flute and stuff, and the whole band is being packed up, and and I'm in the wagon, and slowly the wagon starts moving, and I'm looking at that note. And I'm looking at that wax. I'm looking at that seal. And anger is right at the surface, like it's about to break out, and I'm just about to become that bestial tiger that roar, but I don't. And I cut the wax with my nail, and I open up the missive, reading it sort of like I open it forcefully, and I'm like, reading it all like a opulent fat cat ought to when his good stuff gets taxed.
I assume you speak or you read Thuban.
Yes, I do. That was one of the languages. And I remember. Oh, that is one of the first languages I learned how to read.
I was gonna keep one-upping those snakes, but and it reads in a sort of as elegant as Thuban can be written. It's not like these flowing sort of cursive things. It's like a like quick like dashes and sort of upsweeps and slashes down, as if like some of the strokes of the letters are sort of like asymmetrical.
Like in my mind, I think like, haha, at least I have better handwriting. Like, look at this idiotic, imbecilic serpent people can't even write properly. And they say that they're intelligent. As I'm reading, and I'm thinking of like these really stupid things just to help my situation.
That's right.
I still got the upper hand, right?
And it says, paraphrasing, most honorable, respected Azad of Burgakasht, my sincere apologies for this inconvenience that was thrust upon you and your crew. Alas, had I known that this vessel, crewed by such ruffians, was under your employ, I surely would not have taken the aims and the efforts which have, alas, already been carried out. It can be such a difficult thing to denote friend from foe upon the waves, upon the surface of Leviathan, and in such tempestuous environs where passions are so easily stoked that name and honor and friendship is all that more important than it is elsewhere. I understand that it is, to this I refer to a conversation I believe you had with one of my kinsmen some chains ago, a negotiation carried out of mutual reputation exchange, shall we say, of a spreading of name and of influence amongst our mutual business partners. And while my brother-in-arms has been quite speedy and descriptive in elucidating me as to your name, presence, and your many good deeds as of yet upon our fair shores, alas, I am pained to hear silence from the mainland and elsewhere in this kingdom. I have heard very little in circles where the name Azad is spoken, circles growing ever wider by the efforts of myself and Lord Soot of the Fang. Alas, our names are not spoken with equal resplendency and high honors. No awareness of business dealings, of possibilities, of entrepreneurial capabilities that are possessed here upon Karepik Isle. So it leaves me to wonder, I'm afraid, though I'm sure this is, of course, merely a misunderstanding of perhaps due to a lack in translation. The Xi'an tongue can be so difficult to speak and to enunciate, and no doubt some of the greater intricacies inherent in the Thuban tongue can be lost when translating it. So allow me to once again apologize for this most unfortunate inconvenience, but remind you in kind of how far the gesture of friendship can go in these lands and upon these shores. For the words of friends spoken loud and often can be heard from far away and go quite a distance in, well, determining friend from foe. May fortune ever be yours. Lord Kaj of Karepik, Knight of the Fang. Paraphrased.
I read those last words and I crumple it up and I angrily put it next to me. And I bring a hand to my chin, growling a deep sort of a deep tiger growl as I look out that window as we slowly move. The cart's bumping and every bump is just making me more and more agitated as I think every other word written was like that venom, that little needle, that little pain in my ass. I was damned Typhon. And so I just ruminate on that.
And with that, as Azad makes his way from the docks, the setting sun, the rise of those familiar purple tendrils of Laku highlighting the wagon behind him, we will go to soliloquies.
Oh shit. Can you hear me? Am I frozen?
Yes, very good.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
Let's see how you pack your stones. Let's see how you pack them. Very similar species. Usually. Except for those humans. It's hard to see a pattern. But, well, there is a pattern. Yeah, there's a pattern. They're thieves. They're not to be trusted. That's a pattern. I see how you pack their stones. Satyrs. Distracted. Thinking of something else. Though there are some good satyrs. There are great ideas from there's some great ideas for coming from those satyrs. The one who thought he knew. He knows something. He knows. He's okay. He's not firm, but he knows about walls. Yeah, I'll give him that. He knows about walls. He knows about stone. Carrying that large stone out of their places.
Shake my head, thinking on the cycles past, on the team that I'm trying to assemble in my mind.
Humans, prideful. Try new things. Know what I asked. I asked them to do this, and they do something else. This is how you do it. This is how I've done it for cycles and cycles. No. Try something new. They always gotta try something new. No, that doesn't work. Satyrs are distracted. Many times they're distracted. You can trust that they're gonna make some work, but you can't trust them to be the ones who are going to overlook everything. They're distracted. They miss things. It happens. So you gotta be careful. That's okay for a tavern. That's very good. That's even fun for a tavern. The little piece of chance. You know what he's gonna overlook. That doesn't go with building things in stone. Orcs are dumb. There's no going about it by that. Orcs are dumb. They have no method. And they keep trying to stick wood everywhere. I told them no. Get back. Rotting here, right? Put it there. Wood hammers have no place here. Nope, no place. Ogres. No, there's something you can. Ogres learn. Ogres are prideful, but they know their place. They want to make That's why my people have been able to work with them for so long. Yep, and they can much more than any other species. I think with my
very self-critical and confused. Rajula thinks back to what he was doing and how he failed talking to fool.
Yep. Wrong with that. How can I go and say, yeah, I want to watch? I'm not my father. My father would have known how to handle that. I'm not my father. I can take no pride. You know, I can take pride in blacksmithing. I can take pride in masonry. I can take pride in several things I've done many times, 1,000 times. I can take pride in many things that I have heard 1,000 times. I don't know arranging myself a wife. Who am I gonna know?
I think as I sweated, clean my sweat.
No.
I think on the buildings. Father told some despicable orc. Think on the bricks, one on top of another, thinking of generation upon generation of Ugathea, thinking on my brick, going as far as I go tall and thinking far ahead, how tall can the wall be, and how wide, because width is important. It's the most important thing when a farmhouse is more than height, width, so you're able to hold the weight properly. I visualize every generation. I see myself and I wonder how can I go past that brick. I think of my little community, few firms that are here, so narrow. Thinking numbers, maybe 1 of every 100 is a firm in this place. Too narrow.
We need with. I do fear him. I do fear him. I gotta pretend. Those orc, I fear him. I will never forgive. I will never forgive them for that. I will never forgive them because I fear them. I will never forgive them because they made my family live in fear. I will never forget that. I will never forgive them for that. I'll make something out of it. I still don't know what. I'm very young. Everything of importance has already happened. Every firm knows that. Everything of importance has already happened. Species have come and have gone. Other creators have died. Everything of importance has happened. At least once before. I'll figure out a way to do the things again. I just haven't heard the right stories yet. I'll figure them out. I'll figure them out.
Hit me, Music Man. Let's go. Oh. Oh. So I'm there. I'm in that wagon, and the scene changes. I'm stepping out that wagon. The servants. Oh, Lord, my lord, hold on. Wait for this. Oh. And, you know, there's some flamboyant merchant, flamboyant servant. That you know he's my fan man, and he's following behind me, and I'm walking, and I got no time for fans as I got this angry visage, my muscles is snarled, baring my fangs, this deep sort of growling sound emanating from me as each of my steps are angry, going up the glorious stairway into the grand doors of my manor, and you know the line of servants behind me. You know, this Dallon woman comes up to me. Would you like a drink, sir? You know, I just angrily throw up a hand at her. Oh, you know, and I continue going through the atrium, the junglescape, walking around the beautiful junglescape garden that I've made for my wife. Going around that, another servant comes up to me. Oh, sir, yeah, that's all he sounds like. He's my numbers guy, and I just throw a hand up at him angrily. Oh my, okay, and he goes off. I go through the fine dining room area where there's all these servants and people moving about, cleaning sheets and being busy, and then this other servant comes up to me. Well, why would you like this new clothing? It's just finished being cleaned and dry. The hand goes up again, dismissing them. Oh, you know, and they go off. They know where the clothing goes when it's done being dried. I go through the main dining room. I go up a flight of stairs. My tail swagging left and right, angrily hitting against the walls as I push open the door, perhaps a little bit too hard, and the door, hits it, opens up, making this loud ruckus. My wife, perks her ears up. She was just lounging. She was just chilling, hanging out, and reading over some ledgers, and I walked past her. I don't even say anything to her. I don't even look at her. Just angrily going through that room, and the door closes. And I look out to my gold smithy, my little studio, my workstation. As the door closed, I sort of walk slowly, looking at the emptied shelves, of goods, of ledgers that need to be worked, pieces of jewelry that need to be worked. And I sit. These damn Typhon. These damn Typhon. They would seek to take from me a little bit. Oh, yes, just a little bit. I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry for that. You're not sorry. You're not sorry. I know you. Wicked thing. My eyes slowly look over in one of the ledgers. Some names are written down. A schedule. Oh. I go and I pick it up and I start reading it. The king and his parade. Coming through here. Yes. I will have to get to the source. I'll have to go above them. Above their reach. The princess. Yes. I would like to see. The envy, her jewelry made by myself. Surely it is inspired in this wave queen of the king. Yes. And they will know. They will know my message that I send to them. The promise. Yes. The promise of what I bring to these people. I'm sure the Typhons said the same thing, did the same thing. Promised. I'll have to think of another way. To outthink these Typhon. These wretched things. They appear to control the bay. At least around the island. The seas. They wish to hold that connection to our city of stone. They do not know how foolish of an idea that is. For that route is for the Cheyenne. I put that paper down. At least there is some reasoning in one of the storm sharks. Can't help but wonder if they all have the ability to reason, or they're all just blind barbarians following their storm goddess. What good does that do them? Hopefully Network will understand. And if she doesn't, well, that would be very unfortunate. I cannot burn these bridges that I am forging. The Typhon will never let me build a bridge with them. Will never let me connect. They say they will, I'm sure. They'll promise. But where their promises are lies, the promise of a Dawan. Yes. These people do not know us. They've only known the promises of these fanged serpents. The promises of the storm sharks, even. They seem as vulgar. They go to her. I will have to show them the weight of a Dawan's word. Yes. There's only one way. A grand message which all these foul people will understand, get it through their heads. That is to go right to the source. The king. If he endorses me, well, the Typhon would have no reason to go against me.
I fly through the air, smashing away at branches. I am flying low towards the ground. I am heading that cave. I feel an urge, a craving. It is deep, a hunger in me. I find the malachite mines. I barrel down, almost rolling on my wings, on my body, into that cavernous hole, that pit. I see and search around me in that darkness. There, I sense it. A vein. I almost thrust myself upon a wall, breaking away pieces of rock and shoving them down my mouth. The hunger, it is ravenous, the sustenance. I need it, I need it, I need it. Breaking the stone as if a pick against a vein of glimmering silver. And I hammer with claw and teeth and even horn and forehead. And the mist and the shade and the hunger dissipates for a moment, and I see what I've done. The breaking of this particular green malachite vein. I will split soon. Good. Good. There will be more of me to fight. Yaga. There will be more of us. She won't have these souls. She and her masters will not have these souls. The tombs will be guarded. They will be guarded. Hurry. Hurry, oh silvery soul in me. Hurry. Grow fat. Grow strong. And split. And I continue to break that green vein.
As I say, he think I do not know the power of these magi. He say, I do not fear them, I do not treat them with respect. I know what they are. He has not felt this. He does not feel the fingerprints, the tendrils of this foul thing creeping through his memory. He does not feel the worst moments of his life are even worse. We tried to push them away, but now they come back. They are brought to the forefront once more, and they are worse because they feel the taint, the soul of another reaching in and grabbing and manipulating them until they are mine, but they are not my own. This thing has come into my mind. This thing has shuffled, has manipulated my thoughts. Yes, I know what this thing has done. I know the power of this thing. How could you not fear it? I believe that my mind is strong enough to protect the secrets that I must keep. I know that Helena favors me, and she would protect them. I know that she is strong, but this is not a place of her own. So I still must worry. But what is worse, the thing that Assad could never understand, is that this thing has tainted the happiest memories of mine as well. When Suriname hatches, it has seen this, it has touched this, it has experienced this from my perspective. It has taken this from me, this one thing that was mine alone. It has taken this, it has spread the roots of orcish magic upon it. No. I know what these things do. I am afraid. But I do not show it. I do not show this weakness. They think that Nazvog does not hide anything. They think that she projects herself to the world. Nah. I protect myself. Some know this. The wise ones do. But the others, they do not need to know. I will find this orc. And with your help, Elena, with the help of your servitor Shrezix, we shall teach him to fear justice for what he has done.
Thank you one and all for listening. We'll see you next time.